Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Kartik, one of the co-founders of ETHGlobal, and I am super excited to welcome all of you to Road to Web3 Hackathon. So for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we're watching this and streaming all of this on ETHGlobal.tv, which is a platform we designed to make sure the experience is amazing for everybody who's participating at the hackathon as well as the summit. And if you are using this for the first time, I encourage all of you to log in, say hi, customize your avatar, and this will be a way for you to also ask any questions, whether it's to us about the hackathon or to our speakers when we begin the summit shortly. We'll be able to relay these questions directly to all of our speakers live and also answer things to everybody in the chat. And for everybody who also participates, we'll be giving out NFT POAPs. So be sure to say hi and tell us where you're joining in from. So for those of you who don't know, this event is organized by ETHGlobal. And ETHGlobal is an organization with a very simple mission. Our goal is to bring thousands of developers into the Web3 ecosystem. And we do this primarily by running hackathons and summits. And today is no different. This already has been our biggest event in history. We've been running events for the last 4 years, and we're constantly amazed by the level of interest and the excitement that we see every time we run a new event. This particular hackathon, we have over 1,200 hackers participating, over 1,000 people who have signed up to join the summit on just our platform alone, and it's being streamed on multiple other platforms as well. The hackers themselves are coming in from 84 different countries, spanning 20 different time zones. This is absolutely incredible. We set out to map out where everybody is coming in from, and it's incredible to see such a massive and diverse representation from 5 different continents. Actually 6. I can't wait to kind of learn more about where everybody's coming in from and talk to you over the next few days. Not only that, we also have over 60 ecosystem mentors that are going to be here for the next few days, helping out with all of your projects and making sure that you're not blocked by anything, whether it's getting help for specific SDKs or integrations to questions about front-end or Solidity or anything in between. On top of that, we're also excited to work with 10 ecosystem partners who are here throughout the next few days to help out and also give out prizes. And speaking of prizes, we're going to be giving away over $250,000 at the end of this event. So there's a lot of prizes everybody can win for just building really cool things that you yourself are excited about. I want to especially thank Polygon for making all of this happen. We're super excited to be working with them. They've been an amazing ecosystem partner for us for the last few years, and this becomes one of our tightest ways to want to work with the Polygon team and make sure that we can move everything forward in the Web3 ecosystem. On top of that, we also have some amazing partners like Web3 Auth, Sequence, Chainlink, The Graph, Moralis, Uniswap Grants Program, NFT Port, Superfluid, and Covalent. All of these amazing companies will be here for the next few days, helping out and offering different prizes, which we'll go into very soon. So the way this is structured is that I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the hackathon that most of you are joining in from, and we'll cover a bunch of logistics around what's going to happen over the next few days and how everything is structured. And then in about 45 minutes, we'll kick off with our Road to Web3 Summit, and we'll bring on some incredible set of speakers who are here to talk about everything from the Metaverse to DeFi to DevTools and what everybody can do here, whether you're looking for ideas or companies or projects or spaces to kind of consider as you go deeper into Web3. So the most common question we got asked over the past few weeks from everybody who wanted to participate is, what can I actually build? I want to kind of just quickly take a minute and say that this event is specifically designed to encourage and bring in existing Web2 developers and designers to explore what they can do in Web3, which means that there are hundreds, if not more than, there are over 500 seasoned Web2 developers who are anywhere from leaving their current Web2 roles to consider Web3 full-time to just looking at them now so they can think about should they actually move over to Web3. And we're absolutely amazed by the level of interest and the level of skills and experience that kind of came in as everybody filled out the applications to attend the hackathon. And as you kind of near what you want to build over the next few days, I want to just kind of point out there's so many different options and there are largely infinite possibilities. The most common things we've seen people talk about has been building really interesting integrations and apps and kind of primitives around leveraging different DeFi protocols. Then there is so much interest in kind of using NFTs in creative ways, whether it's for videos or content that's not just images. And on top of that, another common thing we're seeing is people are super interested in building audio and video related hacks, whether it's live streaming using decentralized protocols to making something cool with music and streaming that on chain. And then, of course, there's also a huge level of interest with gaming and building apps and tools around Metaverse. And of course, not everything has to be using smart contracts, and there's no expectation for you to do so. So there's also opportunities for you to build interesting developer tools that can make anywhere from your life to someone else's life easier, or simply dig into things regarding analytics. You can just look at what's happening. You can build dashboards that may just analyze what's happening anywhere from on-chain to a given project or an ecosystem. And all that is absolutely okay as well. We also want to kind of highlight that you don't necessarily have to solve a particular problem. We have a list of ideas on your info center that you can kind of pick an idea from, whether it's that we've kind of sourced from recommendations from various partners, sponsors, and people who respect in this ecosystem. And you can build whatever you're personally excited about. So don't worry too much about whether I should aim for this or that or solve a particular problem. Just kind of use the next few days to explore everything that's possible, and whatever you get excited about, just continue with that. And we're here to help all of you. So let's quickly talk about the next 5 days. Most of what I want to cover now is about how everything is set up, especially because we are doing this thing across so many countries and time zones, and asynchronously, there's a few things that matter. So I'll quickly cover what Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, Sunday looks like. We'll talk about how team formation works. We'll talk about how you can get help, all the prizes you can win, all the talks and workshops that we have planned today and over the weekend, and also what happened yesterday. And we'll also cover how judging works. And then we'll jump into the summit after, which will bring on all the amazing speakers that we have lined up. As I cover all those logistics, if you have any questions or follow-ups to what I've said or any clarifications you need, just type those out in the chat, and we'll be able to answer them live as we see them. So let's jump right in. For the rest of the next 5 days, everything will happen on Discord, and everything will be happening asynchronously, which means that if you are planning to attend as a hacker and you have successfully RSVP'd on your dashboard, you will be automatically given the right permissions to join the Discord channels for this hackathon. You'll be able to verify that by quickly checking if you see a Road to Web3 header on your Discord sidebar, and if all the channels from the screenshot are visible, which means that you are all good to go. All these channels have their own purpose, and I'll cover some of that, but quickly kind of highlighting some of these things. We have a code of conduct. We have the information channel which we'll be using for announcements. The Web3 chat is where you can talk to everybody that's also participating at the event. The Find a Team channel is for you to talk about what you're looking for if you're looking to join a team, or if you have an idea and you want somebody to join your team. If you are stuck with anything technical, you can go into the mentorship channel and ask for help. We also have a Share Your Hack channel that you can talk about your own progress and just share what you've built, so others can anywhere from give you feedback to comment or appreciate. And of course, we want to make sure that there's a healthy amount of memes going on, so you can also post and engage in the memes channel. On top of that, everybody would have also received calendar invites for everything that's happening for the course of this hackathon, which means that for all the workshops that are happening today, and also everything that happened yesterday, and the next few days worth of talks and workshops, as well as what's happening on judging, all that's going to be directly sent to you as a calendar invite. But all that is also available on the Hackathon website for you to just look at and quickly browse and have it automatically be normalized for your time zone. We really want all of this thing to be asynchronous, which means that everything is designed so that you can also catch up if you're not available at that time, whether it's through other obligations like work or school, or you are simply not up at that time zone or at that time. We want this to be as available as possible. And if you miss something, don't worry too much about it. All of that is recorded and automatically put on YouTube. And to quickly talk about where you can find the schedule, it's on the event website, which is web3.ethglobal.com. So let's talk about how the hackathon works. Essentially, the hackathon officially begins now. So as of 24 minutes ago, you can start working on your projects. And you can have up to 5 members on your team to kind of build the project with. And that gives you 3.5 days, which is 84 hours from now, or 83.5 hours from me saying this sentence, to submit your project. Submissions are due at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, and that is the 84-hour time from here. So you get 3.5 days to work on whatever you're excited about, get help, and also make something cool. A few things that I want to highlight for the rules for this event. The key thing is that all work must be done from scratch, which means everything you submitted, you need to ensure that it was started today. You cannot continue building a project from before. If you do so, you will be disqualified to win any prizes and also just from this event. And as part of a criteria for this event, everything that you are doing must be deployed to Polygon, especially as smart contracts, and be leveraging what's happening on the Polygon ecosystem. I know there's going to be a few edge cases, and it's totally okay. If you think you are in one of those edge case scenarios, just reach out to us and give us a little bit more context, and we'll be able to clarify that for you directly, whether it's over email or Discord. On top of that, the one key thing to note is that only RSVP attendees are eligible to win any prizes, which means that if you submit something on Sunday and you win a prize, but you realize that your team member was not listed, we will not be able to honor that, and they will not be receiving a prize if they were not listed on your team at the time of submissions. So make sure that everybody's actually there and is clearly identified in the submission process. So if you don't see your teammates on your team, that's going to be a problem if you win any prizes. And lastly, of course, we can cover every single edge case here. So if you have more questions as the event goes on, and as you think about other things that may require any clarification, just ping us on Discord or email. You can reach anybody on the ETHGlobal Discord directly from any of those channels. So simply mention us, and we'll be happy to clarify anything for you. One quick question that we get all the time is, yes, although your project and idea must be done from scratch, that mostly talks about you shouldn't be designing or coding something before today, but we absolutely want you to look at and use and leverage as many open source libraries as much as possible. So if you are thinking about using Scaffold ETH, for example, as a framework, or any other boilerplate code base, that is totally okay. But if you are working on a side project for fun over the past few weeks, and you want to just continue that and submit that for the hackathon, that is not okay. But we really encourage you to use existing SDKs and open source projects or boilerplates to make your lives easier and focus on what you want to build, and not necessarily entirely on the setup. So that is entirely acceptable. The other kind of question is, what if I'm new to Ethereum and or the Polygon ecosystem? Once again, this is totally okay. The goal for this event is particularly to bring in lots of people who are experienced in Web2 to try out what's possible in Web3. So this event is designed to be an exploratory in nature and encourage everybody to give it a try. So if you're new to this thing, that's why we have a lot of workshops and talks you can do. We have a lot of mentors who you can ping for getting help asynchronously over Discord. And even if you don't get to finish what you wanted to do originally today, we still encourage all of you to submit and showcase what you did to all of our judges, and get some feedback or get pointed into some right directions for using or leveraging resources or existing work that makes it easier. So this is entirely okay. And this is kind of why the event exists, where you can sort of have a compressed window to just quickly learn just enough to get something going, and then use that to now continue building your skills and your background, and just kind of getting more deeper into how everything is structured. Another question we're getting is, does the project have to deploy to mainnet? No, it does not. You can absolutely stick to testnets, or even locally if you're leveraging just something like a hard hat or truffle. You are not required to put everything or anything to mainnet. If you want to, you are definitely welcome to, but we definitely encourage people to be careful about deploying anything to mainnet or building anything that others can immediately use that also may be a risk for capital. So be careful about that, but you don't have to necessarily deploy anything to mainnet. Another question is, can we only enter with brand new ideas? That is correct, which means that you cannot continue building anything you've already worked before. If you had an idea before, but you had never started working on it, that is, so you can continue doing that. But if you had committed a code before for anything before this morning, at least in my time zone, then you are not allowed to submit that because that would be considered getting a head start and cheating as part of the event rules. Which brings us to another question around what if I'm still looking for ideas, or I'm looking to either join a team or want somebody to be on my team to make your lives easier for the next 3.5 days. And the answer there is that there's quite a lot of people who are in the same situation, and that's why the Find a Team channel exists. And if you go to that channel, you'll be able to see anywhere from what people are excited to build or what they're looking for or what they can offer. And you can do that asynchronously and message people directly on Discord to see if you would like to pair up. And to also make that easier, we encourage all of you to introduce yourself in the Road to Web3 chat channel so we can learn about where you're from, what you're excited about, what you are here to do and learn, and also just get to meet everybody from different parts of the world. I also want to kind of point out that we're doing 2 other things today, which is a brainstorming call, which I believe already happened this morning, and a team formation call later in the evening, so we can accommodate for different time zones, where you can come on a call live and talk to everybody who's looking for a team. So if you don't want to do this over Discord, there's going to be 100 of you joining live and just talking to each other on a call and finding potential teammates. And lastly, just one thing I want to also clarify is that we encourage you to work in teams because it makes your life easier for the next few days, but it is not a requirement. If you want to build something on your own, you are more than welcome to do so. You can use this as a way to just assign yourself a solo project and just measure your own progress over the next few days and see how far you got. And you can totally do that on your own. You have no requirement to work with necessarily a team. We'll talk about I know we're getting a couple of questions on what's happening with judging, and we'll kind of cover all of that very soon. So just a couple more minutes of patience and we'll get that. And looks like somebody's already answered part of that question too, but I'll go into a lot more detail. So talks and workshops. There is so much excitement from so many people who are beginners, and we want to make sure that we do whatever we can to encourage all of you to continue learning as you kind of learn and dig into what you want to build. A lot of that started yesterday, so we had so many incredible talks and workshops and live sessions that you could have attended and ask questions to our speakers. If you were not able to do so live, it is totally okay. All those things are available as recordings, so you can catch up on a lot of those tutorials and even use some of those GitHub repos and just kind of clone that and have your basic framework set up for doing anything from minting an NFT to getting started with hard hat or having a scaffold repo ready to go so you can just work on your business logic. On top of that, we also have amazing talks and panels today and then over the next couple of days, including feedback sessions where you can kind of come on live and get feedback on how things are going so far, as well as get recommendations for what you can do to anywhere from make your life easier to simply just seeing what others think about it, what you've been building. All the talks and workshops and panels and everything else is also laid out on the website. And you can see more detail about how everything is set up on the Road to Web3 Info Center, which is a really big button link on your dashboard, as well as a link in every calendar invite that you're receiving. And of course, as I had mentioned before, if you were not able to make a talk live, that is totally okay. Everything is recorded and will be made available instantly as it ends on our YouTube channel. And the YouTube link is youtube.com/ETHGlobal. So you can watch everything, including this talk itself, right after we finish. The website is web3.ethglobal.com. That's where you can see everything from prizes to the schedule to who the speakers and judges are, and kind of catch up with everything there. And after every talk ends, we'll also be putting a link next to the schedule on the talk, so you can also watch a recorded version directly from the website if you can't find it easily on YouTube. Now, quick reminder on submissions. Submissions are due at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday the 6th. I'll share more about how the judging process is set up and how submissions are going to be structured. And we'll kind of spend a couple minutes there. But that is now officially 83.5 hours from now. And you'll also get ample reminders over email and Discord when we are nearing the submission deadline. So speaking of that, let's talk about judging. So there's going to be two ways that judging is structured for this hackathon. There's a main judging that is a live session that we do with some really notable speakers and people in this ecosystem. And then there's a sponsor prize specific judging track, which is asynchronous. So I know we already got a question about prizes, and I'll kind of cover what that looks like. But the two things to note are, as you submit your project at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, you will have an option to pick which judging route you want to go to. If you select the first one, you actually are selecting both options at the same time, which is you are defaulting to saying we're going to present live to our judges on Monday morning Eastern, and at the same time be considered for all the sponsored prizes. If you select the second one, that means you are only considering yourself to be looked at for sponsored prizes. And in that case, after you submit, your projects will be sent to all the sponsors to look at, and they'll have a couple of days to kind of go through everything and decide who wins what prizes. And if they have any questions, they'll ask you directly over Discord or email and clarify anything that's that they're unsure of. And then they'll send us the list of winners for each of those prizes, and we'll be announcing those winners on Wednesday live. So the way everything is still going to be set up, whether it's sponsored judging or the main judging, is that you will have to submit a video submission for your project, and you will have 4 minutes to demo what you built, which means that you're recording a 4-minute video that has everything from who you are as a team, where you're from, what you built, why you chose to build this thing, and you do a live demo or a demo of your project in that recording, and then make sure it's under 4 minutes. And then once you have that, you upload that video on your dashboard and fill out all the relevant details on the submission form, which includes everything from the project name, all the prizes you're going for, making sure that all of your team members are there, and deciding if you want to go with the live judging or not. One thing we want to kind of note is that we see a lot of people do this thing very last minute. We really encourage you to not do this last minute, because you want to have at least an hour to make sure you have a good video time prep, because sometimes people go over, and if you are over 4 minutes, the submission page will automatically reject that file upload. So don't do this thing last minute or find out that you made it too long. Make sure you have at least an hour to prep for all of this. And you can also update everything after. So you can still do something immediately. And then if you realize that you made it anywhere from you want to have an edit or you want to replace it, you can do so after the first attempt. So just don't procrastinate on this, and make sure you plan for it ahead of time. And all these details, again, are also on your dashboard. I saw somebody already linked the submissions guideline on the chat. But if you click on the info center, you'll see an easy link to the judging and submission guidelines that talks about the process, expectations. You can see some sample submissions from the past events and just kind of know how everybody has structured this in the past. And also I want to quickly talk about the code of conduct. All the rules in our code of conduct has been laid out on ethglobal.com/rules. And in summary, we want to be respectful. This is still an online community, and we want to abide by the same rules that we would apply to an in-person event as we would here, which means harassment and abuse is not tolerated in any capacity, whether it's towards anybody on the global team or any other attendee. If you see somebody that's behaving not the way they should be, please tell them, please tell the ETHGlobal team about them, and we'll take immediate action. And if you need any help with anything about this event, you can always reach out to us in private or publicly, and we'll be able to address things immediately. That's mostly on the code of conduct. The other quick thing I want to talk about that has come up in the past few days over Discord is everything you build as part of this event, you retain the intellectual property of it, which means that none of the sponsors or the ETHGlobal team will have any rights to what you build. So you will own everything that you build here, and you don't have to worry about any issues around IP in the future. So all that is quick overview on logistics. I want to quickly get to our prizes. And what we did is we asked Polygon to tell us who they are, for those of you who don't already know, and talk about why they're excited to be part of this event and why we're doing this together with them. So we'll have Sandeep, the co-founder of Polygon, joining us and telling us about everything that there is to know about Polygon. So without further ado, let's welcome Sandeep.
Hi guys, this is Sandeep. I'm one of the co-founders at Polygon. Thanks for having me here. We're very excited to have this Road to Web3 Hackathon in partnership with the ETHGlobal team. Hackathons have always been a very important part of Polygon journey. We have been doing a lot of hackathons, many of them with ETHGlobal and across the world. So in the last 2 years, we would have done like probably 200 to 300 hackathons. So, and we will keep doing that in the future too, because we feel that to have the grasp of the grassroots developer community, from where, and especially ETHGlobal, from where many of the top ranking projects today have come. It's very important for us to be connected with the developer community. So we'll keep doing that. In the past couple of months, actually, we have seen a lot of influx of Web2 developers who have done or who are doing already great work on the Web2 side, but they are trying to break into Web3 stack. But due to lack of clear guidance, roadmaps, and how the technology works and all those things, many of the times it's very difficult to begin that journey. This is why we are doing the Road to Web3 Hackathon, to onboard a new wave of developers onto Web3 and Ethereum ecosystem. And we see this hackathon as a bridge for the Web2 developers into Web3. It's clearly a very big need currently. So for those of you who don't know Polygon is a multi-chain scalability suite for Ethereum. That means we are like AWS of Web3. We're trying to become AWS of Web3 and Ethereum scaling. Basically, when you want to build your Ethereum compatible, application or decentralized application, dApp as we call it, and you are looking for decentralized compute, you can choose from a suite of solutions depending upon how much decentralization you want. If you are building a game, you need extremely low cost, and you are okay to compromise a bit on the decentralization. Whereas if you are building a full-blown DeFi ecosystem where you expect multiple $1 billion to come into it, then you might use a full-blown ZK rollup. So we want to present across the spectrum and provide all the plausible solutions to the developers, and then each developer, each business can choose their own own solution to kind of which suits their business application the best. Polygon, as you might also know, that have been like really popular. The daily average users on the Polygon chain has surpassed even the mother chain, that is Ethereum chain. And if you see globally also, even by the context of layer ones, Polygon, the other layer ones which are trying to compete with Ethereum, and forget about competing with Ethereum, Polygon has more number of developers, number of users, number of active addresses than many of the layer ones, at times combined, orders of magnitude more than them combined, right? So this has become a very popular platform for developers to build their dApps. And the main reason for that is that we want to keep Polygon as extremely compatible with Ethereum, where if you know how to present Ethereum or how to build on Ethereum, you basically already know how to build on Polygon. And that's the goal with all the current as well as the future solutions coming from Polygon. So we wish you all the best on doing or doing your project for this hackathon. And we are seeing a lot of things like on the commerce side, Shopify is coming in, and then on the brand side, recently we had Adidas and Prada. Previously Dolce and Gabbana did it, did their NFTs and things like that. So we are seeing a huge amount of adoption. On the gaming side, like Polygon has emerged as the most used chain currently. So if you are building games or NFTs, you have direct integration with OpenSea. If you are building something in DeFi, you have the access to the entire DeFi ecosystem. Recently, one of the last protocols, Uniswap, also launched on Polygon. So you have the entire suite of Ethereum DeFi products on the Polygon chain. The current TVL over there is $12 billion, and almost all the protocols available over here. So that's why, you with Polygon, you have a full-blown chain where you can do anything that you want to do, any kind of composable smart contracts you want to build. So I want to wish you all the best and all the luck for this hackathon and the product that you're going to build. Thank you so much.
Amazing. That was Sandeep with a really quick overview of what's happening right now in the Polygon ecosystem. And the good news is that there's a lot more that's happening that can't be fit into 5 minutes. So we'll be bringing on Sandeep and Mihelo in just a few minutes to give a broader update on the state of the Polygon universe. And we'll also be able to ask them questions from the audience and anything they would like to know about what's happening in that ecosystem. So without further ado, let's jump right into prizes. There's over $250,000 in prizes that we're giving away for this hackathon, and all of them are in different categories, as well as kind of laid out differently in different sort of ways to think about tiering and pooling them. And I'll cover all of that now. So the first one I want to talk about is the list of prizes that are offered by Polygon. So for those of you who don't already know, Polygon is the leading platform for Ethereum scaling and infrastructure development. And there's so much that's going on in terms of what's going with deployments on NFT or DeFi projects, or just being able to make experiences that reduce the friction on gas costs for your day-to-day interactions. All that's happening here. And the way Polygon prizes are set up are going to be split in 5 different categories and 2 other separate parallel tracks. So the first one is the grand prize, which is going to be $75,000, and every team that wins the grand prize, which would be 15 teams, will get $5,000 each. Then there are 5 categories that will be giving out the prizes to the top 5 teams in each of those categories. So the first one is DeFi, so the best 5 DeFi apps that are deployed on the Polygon ecosystem, whether it's mainnet or testnet, will receive $3,000 each. The 5 top teams that are building NFTs on the Polygon ecosystem will also receive $3,000. Then we have the same thing for gaming hacks, so the top 5 gaming, whether they're games or gaming related applications and submissions, the top 5 of them will receive $3,000 each. The 5 best tools will also receive $3,000 each. And there's a special category for Web2 to Web3, which is anybody who makes a interesting attempt or effort to sort of anyone from bridge their own skill sets to build something that offers a seamless Web2 experience, but leveraging Web3 technologies, will be receiving $3,000 each in the top 5 teams. Of course, we recognize that there are a bunch of edge cases here. So for the time being, we believe we will be entertaining overlapping categories, so you can build something that is, for example, gaming and NFT, and possibly qualify for both categories. On top of all of that, there's going to be a pool prize of $50,000 for every project that is deploying to Polygon, which means that as long as you are able to prove that you are sufficiently using Polygon in your code base, and this is also a process and part of the submission process, so you'll be able to point out exactly what line in your code base, and just as a small Detour, everything must also be public. So your GitHub repos must be public as part of the submission process, or you will also not be considered for any prizes. Anyway, anybody who uses Polygon and deploys to Polygon will equally split $50,000, and that is not an exclusive thing. This does not mean you have to make a choice of the other grand prize or any of those 5 categories. So for somebody who just asked, does this have to be a super polished UI and look really fancy for me to win any prizes? The answer is no. You have to make sure that it works. And we recognize that 3.5 days is not enough to make something super incredible. And we don't want you to do that. We want you to first learn and see what's possible. Then we want you to make it work, and then you make it better so that others can use it. And the audience that you're making this for is delighted to use it. So you can also qualify for equal split of $50,000. We all get a lot of questions on what the pool prize means in general. So I'll just give you one example as well, which means if 50 teams submit for the pool prize and all of them are using Polygon sufficiently as part of the criteria, then every team will get $1,000. So it's an equal split based on number of teams. And another question we just got is, do the project have to be open source? The answer is yes. It does not mean that you have to make everything open source for others to use. You can still do licensing, but right after submission, and all of our partners must be able to click on your repo, verify your code base, check your commit history, and see that you did not cheat, as well as you are using set SDKs the way you are saying you are. So next up is the Sequence prize. Sequence is building a smart contract wallet for Ethereum and network of Ethereum chains. So the best use of Sequence SDK and integration will be receiving $5,000 in total. So the first spot will receive $3,000, and the second spot will get $2,000, and the third place will get $1,000. Another question we just got on Polygon, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. Will using Superfluid SDK on Polygon qualify for the Polygon pool prize? Yes, as long as you're deploying something to the Polygon network. That is the minimum criteria. So you still have to specify how you're using it, and if you're actually using it properly, whether it's Superfluid or any other protocol that's on Polygon. The criteria is for deploying and not using the Polygon SDK specifically in some form. Then we have Web3 Auth. Web3 Auth is also an auth infrastructure that enables wallets and applications to get a seamless identity and user experience. So you can bridge Web2 and Web3 interfaces really easily and not make the user think about any difference in the interaction. So Web3 Auth will also be giving 3 prizes. So the first place prize for the best use of Web3 Auth will receive $2,500. Second place will be receiving $1,500, and the third place will be $500. Another question on the Polygon stuff. Yes, it can be deployed to Mumbai testnet, but also mainnet. And I know we're going to get a couple edge cases. So what we'll also do is we'll also specifically clarify this on the prizes page, so you can actually see that again. And if something changes, you will be notified of that. And the final version of what qualifies will be what's on the prize page. Next up is the graph. So for those of you who don't know what the graph is an indexing protocol, and it indexes and organizes data from all blockchains so you can quickly access information without querying the nodes every time. And the graph is also offering $4,000 in prizes. So so $1,500 will be given to the best use of an existing subgraph on the graph network. And $1,000 will be given for the best new subgraph creation. And $500 will be given for the runner-up prize for creating a new subgraph. So yeah, just in one more time, deploying to testnet on Polygon does qualify you for the pool prize. You don't have to do mainnet. Next up is Moralis. So Moralis is the fastest way to build and deploy dApps on Polygon, Ethereum, and a bunch of other chains. And this is also one of those reasons where you don't have to reinvent the wheel and getting everything set up on your developer environment. So you can use Moralis SDKs to just get started on whether you want to get some NFT boilerplates in, or you want to use a specific protocol, you can do all of that easily and spend less than 30 minutes in just being set up so you can work on what you want to build. Then you have, and Morales is giving $4,000 in prizes. So the best use of the Morales SDK will receive 2,000. Second place will receive 1,500, and the third place will get 500. Then we have Chainlink, and Chainlink is an Oracle service, and it enables you to query any real-world data, whether it's an API somewhere else or any other service, or even on-chain contracts, and use that information in your smart contract to be able to do interesting things. So you have the best of both worlds in being able to understand and query what's happening outside of a chain. And Chainlink is offering $4,000 in prizes. So the top 4 projects that you use Chainlink will receive $1,000 in link tokens for this. Then we have the Uniswap grants program. For those of you who don't know, Uniswap is an exchange, decentralized exchange, which is as of recently available on the Polygon network. And the Uniswap grants program wants to make sure that they're able to help you and support you in being able to leverage that DeFi primitive to build any creative apps. So they're dividing the prizes in 2 different categories. The Uniswap grants program is offering $2,000 for the best Polygon adoption and integration of the DEX contracts on Polygon, and then $2,000 divided between $1,500 for the first place and $500 for the runner-up for the most innovative use of the Uniswap contracts on Polygon. Then we have Superfluid, and Superfluid is a DeFi primitive that lets you stream money on Ethereum, leveraging Polygon, and let you transfer money by the millisecond. Actually, it may be even more granular by the block. And Superfluid is offering $4,000 in prizes. So the best use of Superfluid will receive $2,000 for the first place, and then 2 $1,000 prizes for the best financial innovation project category winner for the best integration of Superfluid, and then $1,000 prize for the most futuristic streaming related application built on Superfluid. And then I want to talk about Covalent. So Covalent is building a unified API to bring transparency and visibility into what's happening on blockchain across all blockchain networks. So you can query things easily, whether it's data around the latest state of a contract or just anything that you would ideally have to spend lots of time querying, because you have to do this in a for loop in an inefficient way. So being able to query information is kind of what they're doing to make your life easier. And if you expand the NFT collection dashboard templates for Covalent, you will be eligible for $2,000 divided between first, second, and third place for $1,250, $500, and $250. And any project that meaningfully uses Covalent SDK or the API will split $2,000 as a pool prize. So if 10 teams submit and build on Covalent, they'll be receiving $200 each. And then we have NFT Port. An NFT Port is the Stripe for NFTs. So you get to simply integrate that SDK in the infrastructure and let developers build stuff, and anywhere from mints to transfer to manage NFTs. So any meaningful use of NFT Port SDKs will split a pool prize of $4,000. And those are all of our prizes. So one other question we got is, what happens if they're stacking, which means that if you were to build something on Superfluid, will you also qualify for the Polygon pool prize? The answer is yes. Everything is stackable. So we really want to take composability here and make sure that you are able to do cool things and you don't have to exclusively choose one or the other. So you can absolutely go for multiple prizes. So finally, before we jump into our summit, I want to quickly remind everybody to pace yourself. We really don't want this to be exhausting to you. This is especially an event for hundreds of you to understand what's happening in crypto and Web3 overall. So don't go crazy with doing everything and not sleeping. Pace yourself, have fun, learn what's possible, experiment. And even if you don't get to what you wanted to do at the end, that's totally okay. We just want you to continue building and not necessarily competing to win some massive prize, because that's not the goal. So with that, happy hacking. We'll see all of you on Discord. And with this, we are ready to kick off our summit. So we got the next 4 hours jam-packed with an incredible set of speakers, and we're going to be talking about what's coming. So I want to quickly give an overview to the talks we're going to see. So we're going to kick off with the update on what's happening in the Polygon ecosystem with Sandeep and Mihailo. They're going to talk about everything that's going on with Polygon and what they're excited about now and what's coming, as well as the future of the ecosystem. Then we'll have Ryan and Piers talk about future of gaming and just what that looks like when you blend this in with Web3. Then Justin Kahn, one of the co-founders of Twitch and currently the co-founder of Fractal, will be coming on. We'll be doing a fireside chat and an interview with him. Then we have an amazing fireside chat between Matthew Ball and Jonathan Glick, and they're going to be talking about the Metaverse and how that is uniquely positioned to succeed now with the advent of crypto and Web3. Then Austin Griffith and Matter Devitt will be talking about the state of Web3 developer tooling. So many of you are seasoned Web2 developers, and we'll kind of talk about things we've seen anywhere from gotchas to interesting observations we made from people who are transitioning from Web2 to understanding how Web3 works from a developer standpoint. And our last talk of the day will be a chat about the future of ownership economy, where Legion and Spencer Noon from Variant Fund will be coming on and sharing their excitement about how does the ownership economy and the passion economy is uniquely forced, is uniquely enabled by Web3. So without further ado, I want to thank everybody for sticking around for the logistics, and let's get the summit started. So I want to just jump right in and introduce Sandeep and Mihailo on screen and let them take it from here. So Sandeep, Mihailo, welcome. We're super excited to have you again and loving the shirts.
Yes, we were saying that we are the Polygon twins today, like, you know.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. We should take a picture of it to post on Twitter also, because, you know, this looks funny.
All right, so it's been incredible to get this event going. I'll summarize for people who are just joining us for the summit piece. This is officially the biggest event ETHGlobal has done, and in our four years of running things, we have never seen this much interest in what's happening in Web3, especially from people who are uniquely leaving Web2 to join. The last 2 weeks, we got a record number of applications to attend the hackathon, and we had to sadly say no to a lot of people because we couldn't support them for judging. So that's already a great start to this day, and I'll let you kick off with what's happening with Polygon.
Yes, awesome. So I will take the first part of the presentation, and then from there, Mihailo can pick up. So, you know, let me quickly share my wait. This one. That okay. So basically, you know, like I'll start with a brief overview of Polygon. And first of all, like, you know, I you know, welcome everyone who has shown interest in this, you know, road to Web3 hackathon. And then, you know, I wish to all the people who are already in Web3 and who are coming from Web2 to Web3, fantastic, you know, experience with this hackathon. And they get to, you know, at least a good mental framework of, you know, of their journey into Web3. So, I mean, to start with, like, you know, Polygon's journey, like, you know, Polygon was founded in 2017. Then we did an IEO on Binance. But, you know, in June 2020, we launched our mainnet with the proof of stake chain. And, you know, by end of 2020, Polygon was already showing signs of very high amount of adoption. And, you know, we were previously called Matic Network. Many of you would have heard that before also, but we rebranded from Matic to Polygon because, and you know, some of the things I'm going to talk in the next slide, that, you know, Polygon now is, previously Matic Network was one kind of chain, like it was Plasma chains, you know, to be scaling Ethereum. But now Polygon, we have a much larger vision of having this multi-chain, you know, internet of blockchains for Ethereum, where developers can choose from various different kind of solutions that we provide. And I'm going to talk more about that, going forward. Then in April 2021, a large amount of DeFi started coming onto Polygon, and then this culminated with Uniswap. I think 3-4 weeks back, Uniswap also deploying, which completes the entire the Ethereum DeFi community having a store on Polygon. So they continue to exist on Ethereum main chain, but they also have their, you can say, stores on the Polygon chain also. And it has been absolutely a fantastic journey from there. And many of these protocols have larger number of users on Polygon now than the main chain. Of course, the volume of the transactions is smaller, but the number of users they have there is, and that's why the DeFi initiative is called DeFi for all on Polygon, because it basically allows retail community to participate in the DeFi because of the low gas fees and everything. And then from June to the end of last year, we have expanded Polygon and kind of made Polygon as one of the powerhouses of zero knowledge technology. Now some of the most famous projects in the zero knowledge space, like Polygon Hermes, Polygon Zero, one protocol that we are doing with Ernst & Young, Polygon Nightfall, and Polygon Maiden, constitute the zero knowledge suite of Polygon. And pound for pound, many people have said that probably Polygon has probably one of the best, if not the best, like top 2 teams in the Ethereum scaling space. So and then there have been like multiple things. With Polygon Zero, we announced the Plonky 2, which is the like 100x faster than any other zero knowledge recursive proof generator to kind of scale the zero knowledge technology. So what exactly is Polygon? So Polygon, as I said, that is a multi-chain suite of these blockchains. So basically Polygon is not one chain. Like, although many of you will interact with Polygon POS chain for now in this hackathon, but if you see and if you follow my cursor, like Polygon has a much larger the visibility or kind of the mindset for the Ethereum scalability. We don't believe in one narrow definition of Polygon of Ethereum scaling, which primarily has been purely layer 2. And layer 2 means like you have full security guarantee of Ethereum. That means both your data as well as your dispute resolution, which are the technical terms of layer 2, are guarded by Ethereum. But for easiness perspective, just think that full blown layer 2 means full security from Ethereum. But then obviously when you are getting full security from Ethereum, you have to pay fee for that, right? So we believe that there are each application has its own requirements, and Polygon wants to be present across this spectrum, where on the left extreme you see this low security from Ethereum, or almost no security. You have sovereign chains, like and the security of the chain is fully guaranteed by the sovereign validators of that chain. And then if you come to the middle, you will find a chain like Polygon POS, which is built on top of Ethereum, does not derive full security from Ethereum, but there is the staking rewards, everything happens on Ethereum. And then on the right extreme, you can see the full-blown rollups, where we have 4 zero-knowledge rollup efforts going on. Each of them have their own benefits, own trade-offs. And right now they are all 4 different products. Maybe some of them will converge with each other. And then in between that, we also have a Polygon Avail, which is the data availability solution from Polygon, which allows, and the people who know zero-knowledge scaling space, which allows for Validium, where you can have the zero knowledge proofs back on Ethereum, but the data availability can stay on an off-chain layer. So that's basically, again, the idea to take back home is that Polygon is provides spectrum of these solutions across the board for Ethereum scaling, and you as a developer, you choose what is better for you. Are you a DeFi application who needs absolute security from Ethereum? Then choose zero knowledge rollups. If you are building a very casual game where you need a bridge from Polygon to, or your own chain to Ethereum, maybe use Polygon SDK. Or if you want, like somewhere in the middle, you want to interact with the larger DeFi and NFT ecosystem, maybe you want to remain on a shared chain, still low cost, you can be on Polygon POS. So giving the power back to, and the power of choice back to the developer for this Web3 compute, right? So, and Polygon actually, if you see, we want to kind of become the AWS of Web3, where, today, if you are coming from Web2, you are building an application and you want to deploy it, you go to AWS, choose the server you want, choose the database you want, and then you deploy your application, right? In Web3, you are looking for decentralized compute. In Web2, you are looking for centralized compute, right? So in Web3, when you will be building your application, you will probably come to Polygon and see, okay, what is the requirement of my application, whether it's a DeFi, it's NFT, how much security I want, and how much controls, use censorship resistance I want, and you will choose your solution according to that, but fully connected with Ethereum, because that's where the large network effects lie. So I already mentioned about these, around 7 products that we have: Polygon POS, Polygon SDK, which is now called Polygon Edge, Polygon Avail, Hermes, Nightfall, Maiden, and Zero are the zero knowledge projects. So I mean, in terms of the investors in our Polygon ecosystem, like the largest of the largest names are there, and then all these investors are investing very heavily in Polygon ecosystem. I mean, we kind of, I mean, a lot of these investors have committed multiple $100 million into the protocol. And if you are building into the ecosystem, and if you are building something, and it is great, we are more than happy to, provide all these investor connections to the people who have strong product aspirations, post the hackathon. And in terms of the Polygon project, these are like very, very small number of the projects like Aave, Uniswap, and Decentraland, like especially, let's say, metaverses. People talk about metaverses, but some of the largest metaverses, not some of the, in fact, all the largest metaverses in the Web3 space are all on Polygon: Decentraland, Somnium Space, Sandbox, Aave Gotchi, all of them are on Polygon. Some of the top games like Neon District, Zedrun, Mega Cryptopolis, all of them are on Polygon. And now brands, big brands like Adidas and Prada, Dolce and Gabbana are launching their NFTs, and you have access to this large ecosystem now if you are building on Polygon. I mean, I already spoke about this metaverse and the brand related things also. Macy's Thanksgiving parade had their NFTs launched on Polygon. NFL had their NFTs on Polygon, and on the metaverse side, like all the blue chip metaverses are integrated with Polygon. So yeah, I mean, in terms of adoption, Polygon currently, I think that by the daily average users and the number of developers building on Polygon, Polygon has emerged as the most used, Polygon POS has emerged as the most used blockchain globally. It has surpassed even the mother chain Ethereum, and then even like all of the other layer ones. If you take by the number of daily active users and the total number of unique users in the ecosystem, we would be probably 5 to 10x of any of the even the layer ones, alternate layer ones, which are trying to compete with Ethereum. Right. So, I mean, it's an order of magnitude. It's not like Polygon has more than that. It's orders of magnitude higher of these matrices on Polygon. And the benefits, like as some of you would already understand, that Polygon will, provides full Ethereum compatibility, scalability. That means low cost transactions, security and sovereignty. If you are looking for a Polygon SDK related or Polygon Edge chain, interoperability, bridges between these chains, and user experience related things like meta transactions and all that. A developer experience, like if you learned Solidity, which is predominantly the largest and the most used kind of blockchain programming language, you have access to all the tooling, including Hardhat or Tenderly or RPC providers like Infura, Alchemy, everything. So these are some of the benefits, but once you start building on it, I'm pretty sure you'll love the developer experience overall. Adoption, I already spoke about, like, many of the, as I was saying, that many of the other layer ones, that even the layer ones, if you see, they would have like, 100, 200, 300 application. Alchemy sometime back, they posted that Polygon has 7,000 plus applications. We have generally, 3 to 4 million average daily number of transactions. The TVL on the network is around $12 billion. And overall market cap of the protocol has reached, fluctuates between 16 to $20 billion. On Polygon POS chain, you get 2-second block times, which makes it very, very, very fast. EVM compatibility, and a lot of other things. So and like especially if you are building on NFT, like all the biggest NFT enablers like OpenSea as a marketplace, fractionalization protocol like Uniquely, and like many other things like Showtime, they are all available on Polygon. And you can, if you are building an NFT project, you get direct access to this entire NFT ecosystem. Community wise, Polygon is now one of the largest crypto communities, and people and the projects which are building on Polygon, they get visibility directly to all these users. Now, even if you are building a gaming platform like IndieGG, which is the India version of YGG, which is the play to earn community, you have direct access to that also. And IndieGG is also very closely worked upon by Polygon Studios. Then like we have mentioned some of the stats about the OpenSea, in terms of the NFT tech support. It has been a constant growth overall on Polygon. And here is a brief self-explanatory comparison of some of these other layer ones which are trying to compete with Ethereum. But we believe that like Polygon already provides all those advantages on the top of Ethereum. So, generally negates the need for any other, other blockchain platform. And, with the Ethereum's huge community, massive community, it gives every reason to, remain intact in this high network effect community. So I mean, in terms of the tooling, you see the wallets. I mean, almost every wallet, available in the Web3 space is integrated with Polygon. Oracles, almost every Oracle is integrated with Polygon. Exchanges integrations, every exchange is integrated. DAO, dev tooling, like, it is pretty extensive in that sense. Like anything that you are used to using on Ethereum, most likely you will find those same tools working on Polygon like a charm. And NFT and gaming, these are some of the top games that we could mention here. OpenSea, Superfarm, Battle Racers. I mean, many of these are Comet, Arzora, and all that. These are big names in the NFT space. Some more names on the NFT side of things. And this is like a very small list of this ones. Like, I think gaming wise, we'll have 500 to 1,000 various level of games on Polygon. DeFi, as I said, that the entire DeFi ecosystem is there on Polygon. Like whatever you have on Ethereum main chain, if you want to experiment with DEXs, lending, borrowing protocols, everything is available on Polygon on the main net. So you can have direct integrations and testings of your project that you are building. And this is DeFi 2. Second slide, and then third slide. Like everything that you can imagine on DeFi is available on Polygon. So that's all from my side. And then that's the closure of the presentation. And then I would also request my co-founder Mihailo, who's has been pretty prolific in the Ethereum research community, to talk more about, let's say, what Polygon is doing on the zero knowledge side, to just give you a brief flavor of like what all we are doing on the zero knowledge and why we believe that this is the future of blockchain scaling.
Yeah, of course. Hi everyone. First of all, thanks Kartik and the team for organizing this. This is really amazing, and of course we're super thrilled and humbled to see this level of interest. More than 1,200 hackers already applied, and that's really amazing to see. And that's basically why we started this whole thing called Polygon. And it's, yeah, we're super happy to see all of this. I think Sandeep covered pretty much everything that is important for I don't know, for the hacker, for the builders community to know. Maybe as Sandeep said, I can briefly cover our efforts on the ZK side, and maybe I can take a step back maybe and cover actually more the vision itself of Polygon, how it started and how do we see this Web3, because the title of the event, the name of the event is Road to Web3. So I was thinking maybe I can just briefly share some of our thoughts basically, and how do we see the whole Web3 ecosystem, what it means for us, and what do we want to actually do for it. So for us, Web3 is the one of the most potentially impactful technological movements in the world at this point in time, and we believe it can have significant and profound impact on the whole society, on the whole planet in general, and to try to kind of, this is too vague, of course, but to try to maybe articulate some points is that one of the things that we're trying to build with Web3 is this global network of value. So with internet, we established this global internet of information, right? And we kind of democratized access to information. So prior to internet information, let's say education, obtaining certain knowledge or skills was not really widely or globally available, and maybe people who had better financial status or were maybe living in certain geographies were able to acquire knowledge, to go to universities, etc. And internet kind of democratized that. So anyone in any remote, I don't know, village in Africa or in whatever, Philippines can now access this global pool of information and knowledge. And that's really transformative concept, of course. What was lacking there? Like one major thing that was lacking there is this global network of value. So, okay, now we democratize knowledge, we democratize information. How do we now allow these people globally to monetize this knowledge, to actually benefit from the knowledge they acquired? In a lot of parts of the world, in many parts of the world, this is not really possible. Like in, I don't know, I lived in some time in Africa, in Tanzania, and for example, a huge part of the population doesn't even have IDs, not to mention bank accounts. So they are kind of excluded from this current financial system. And Web3, in establishing this global network of value, is really a transformative concept that can actually now also democratize access to this global economy and establish actually this global borderless economy and allow everyone in the world literally to just simply spin up or install a wallet and actually become part of this global open borderless economy. And that's for us hugely transformational concept. There are some other also important concepts. I guess I can speak about Polygon and Web3 for days. I'll just be try to be mindful of time. And yeah, concepts like ownership, where people finally own their own assets. Of course, digital assets primarily. It's hugely transformational. Having no intermediaries, you're actually in charge and holding actually your assets. This is also something that we never had in modern history, and several other ways. The ways Web3 and its concepts can affect the way we organize ourselves, the way companies work, all sorts of human organizations, from companies to NGOs, to governments even. All of this can be disrupted. And we believe, taking everything into account, Web3 is, in my opinion, the most transformative tech movement in the world now. And I'm also personally very humbled and excited that I'm a small contributor in this movement. And yes, that is this primary and unlimited, I guess, source of inspiration for us at Polygon as the founders, I guess, and the team overall. So that being said, we believe Ethereum is our best shot by far to actually build this Web3. And we are fully committed as a project to Ethereum. We are part of the Ethereum community. We consider Polygon integral part of the Ethereum ecosystem. That is how we position ourselves. Ethereum is, again, when it showed up with its energy, with technology, this programmable blockchain emerged as again, our best shot to build this Web3. The thing that we just realized along the way is that Ethereum layer 1 that we originally all used for building applications and trying to realize this dream that we have is basically highly limited in terms of throughput. There's only a certain amount of activity that can happen on actually layer 1. Soon enough, we realized that in order to actually onboard the masses we of course want to onboard 1 billion plus people to this new global network that we call Web3. in order to do that, Ethereum layer 1 is eventually going to become some sort of higher court, some sort of settlement chain, a central component of this wider ecosystem that is actually Ethereum multi-chain that we believe Polygon represents. So that being said, I can now transition to say what is Polygon. We understood that first thing, that Ethereum layer 1 cannot support this level of activity that we need for Web3. We understood that we have to have these scaling solutions to scale it. And we understood also that we're basically in an early phase of building this infrastructure. Okay, so we want to build robust, decentralized, secure, eventually probably even private infrastructure that can support 1 billion plus people. That is our goal here, if you want to have really a global network. Building such infrastructure takes time. It cannot be built overnight. This is basically a marathon that is what we understood. And we will probably get there, I don't know, I hope in 5 years, maybe in 10, but definitely it's not gonna happen this or next year. We understood that this is basically right now an early phase of innovation in Web3. And having understood that, we decided that the community needs a project like Polygon that is supporting all meaningful scaling solutions. That is basically a hub of innovation and R&D and in development in general in this field of scaling and infrastructure development. Ethereum didn't have such a project before, and we are happy that we managed to start it. Polygon is an unopinionated platform that supports all major scaling solutions from, as Sandeep covered, from fully, for us, scaling Ethereum is basically scaling Ethereum stack. So anything from fully standalone Ethereum chains up to fully secured layer 2s and hold that spectrum in between is something that we are interested in and we are working hard on providing. That being said, we are definitely a little bit biased in the long term towards ZK-based solutions. Being involved with Ethereum scaling ever since 2017, I guess, when Plasma was originally introduced as the first formalized scaling, I guess, approach for Ethereum. We analyzed all these major approaches to scaling, analyzed the trade-offs, and we believe basically that ZK-based solutions are solutions that offer the best set of trade-offs and actually can allow us to offer or to satisfy these strict design criteria that Ethereum ecosystem has. So Ethereum as an ecosystem is really making no compromises when it comes to these major design principles like decentralization, security, scalability, and other important design criteria. And with ZK Tech and privacy, of course, ultimately, with ZK Tech, I believe we have a good chance to kind of deliver on all these requirements. So several months ago, we basically announced or formalized that bias, I guess, by announcing our ZK thesis, which is a short, basically, post that speaks generally what I just talks about what I said in general now, and our commitment to support these ZK-based solutions. And we also committed $1 billion from our treasury to support all the relevant efforts in that field. Since then, we introduced, as Sandeep covered, several major interesting ZK projects. Polygon Hermes, Polygon Maiden, Polygon Zero, and Polygon Nightfall. For now, we have a lot of meaningful efforts happening in the background, anything from hardware acceleration to tooling in ZK ecosystem, etc. I don't think we have the time to cover that now. But what I would like to say is that specifically with one of the projects, Polygon Hermes, basically. Polygon Hermes is a ZK rollup that is currently live on Ethereum mainnet, but it supports, like all other ZK rollups, it supports payments, basically like simple transaction logic only. Until, I guess, 6 months ago, it was uncertain whether it's even possible, practically possible, to build ZK-based EVM compatible solution. And I think with Hermes now and several other projects, this is becoming the reality. And we are very, very optimistic now when it comes to results that we have with Polygon Hermes. We basically have the prover already in place. We don't see any major obstacles on the research and design side. We are very confident now that I can confidently say within 3 months from now, we will have a testnet for full-blown ZK EVM, which is going to be the world's first, basically, ZK EVM rollup. We are super excited about that, and we're preparing a lot of auxiliary activities to support that announcement, and hopefully the testnet that should happen 3 months after that, roughly, again. So yes, this is something that we are very excited about, and we're working around the clock to build and to deliver. And yeah, for us also, one thing that I forgot to mention, Ethereum compatibility being, of course, integral part of Ethereum. Ethereum compatibility is very important for us. We kind of learned that as a project the hard way, I guess. We started originally with this POS chain that most of the people are using now, which is fully EVM compatible, and Plasma implementation that we have that never really took off. And the reason it didn't take off, it was because it wasn't EVM compatible. To use it, you actually had to learn how these Plasma predicates work, express your application logic using those predicates, etc. So it was kind of a new paradigm. And we understood that there's so much hunger on the developer side. And as we can see, there's 1,200 people here now that want to build their applications. They want to use Solidity is mainstream already. EVM is mainstream. People want to build their dreams, basically. They don't want to learn new paradigms like these predicates and whatnot. So we learned that kind of lesson, I guess, and all the solutions, at least for now, that we're working on are fully EVM compatible, including this Polygon Hermes that I'm mentioning. So everything you basically learn developing on Ethereum and then developing on Polygon now, Polygon POS chain is fully applicable for also upcoming Polygon Hermes, and that's something we're also very excited about. So you will basically have the same Ethereum developer experience like you have on Ethereum, on Polygon POS, you will have on this highly secure, robust solution that is Polygon Hermes. And yeah, I think I can wrap it up here. I mean, I could talk, I guess, a lot more, but I hope this was helpful just to put things into perspective and to say it from Polygon side. We are heads down really working on more exciting and advanced solutions from our side. Until then, enjoy using Polygon POS as a super cheap alternative to Ethereum. And yeah, enjoy hacking, and thank you so much.
Yeah, Sandeep, thank you so much for that amazing overview. And of course, lots more to come in terms of brand new primitives and ease of use for Hazard Knowledge Proofs will just make all this easier. So thanks again for that. And so I don't have enough time for Q&A, but I'll relay them to you directly and we can relay those answers to our audience later.
Sure, we can answer them separately.
So without further ado, let's move on to our next talk. So I'm super excited for this talk. I want to bring on Ryan and Piers to talk about the future of gaming. Ryan recently just joined as CEO of Polygon Studios, and Piers heads gaming at DeFi Digital. And these two have an amazing chemistry and so many amazing things to talk about here. So I'll let Piers kick this off and kind of take over and interview Ryan. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome both of them here. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Kartik. Yeah, super excited to kick this one off. Ryan, you've now officially joined the dark side of crypto, so right. Excited to be able to chat on that side of things. So yeah, perhaps you could kick us off with just a sort of general intro, a bit about you and sort of what's led you to where you are now.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm the CEO of Polygon Studios. I think this is actually the first time I've said it out loud in a formal setting, so exciting to do that, Piers. I'm in kind of a transition phase right now, juggling both roles. I'm making sure as the former head of gaming at YouTube that I unwind and leave them in good hands, and transitioning up, working with the studios team. And it's been great. Like what a fun experience. Looking forward to diving in more and more with that team, but that's what I'm up to. And you're right. I've long wanted to jump in full time into the Web3 world and come to the dark side, to your point. So I'm excited to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, perhaps you could sort of like tell us a little bit about sort of why Polygon, where the decision came from, kind of what that whole process looked like.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I spent almost 7.5 years at YouTube, and I started the gaming vertical there, right? And so when I joined YouTube, we were just under 1 billion users on the platform. Gaming was this really, emerging vertical, and they didn't have a team to kind of work on it. So I joined the organization as the head of gaming and started to build out the team, build out the vision, build out the strategy. And I loved it, right? Because in the early days, I was an esports player and commentator and broadcaster and streamer. And a lot of people back then would be like, look, who wants to watch people play video games, right? And so I kind of took that on as like, I think people are going to enjoy this. And so I spent the next 10 years of my life really focusing on that business, growing the creator economy and so forth. And so what happened was I started to spend, I prided myself on knowing the gaming industry really well. And then all of a sudden, blockchain gaming comes up and it kind of hits me like a ton of bricks. And I'm like, wait, what is this? I was not leaned into DeFi. It was not this like huge area of interest for me. I wasn't like totally inundated with crypto. And so I started sitting down and looking at this and I'm like, wow, this kind of like, it really was very enlightening to say the least. And so as I started to spend more time with people in the industry, more time on it, I was like, this is such a fascinating space. I feel like I really want to spend more time in it. And it largely led me to spending more time, back in early August with the Polygon team and just like spending time working with them and seeing what they're up to. And, such a hardworking group of individuals that have a chip on their shoulder that is building really something special on Ethereum. And so it really was like, look, like, let's figure out how we can do more of this and how I can kind of join. And one thing led to another. And now I'm excited to jump in and lead our studios team.
Super exciting. Yeah. Maybe you could talk to us a little bit about, what the sort of immediate objectives are for you and the team at Polygon Studios. What's the next sort of 6 to 12 months look like for you guys?
Yeah, look, there's a lot. The best part about kind of this industry is it's fast paced, it's growing. There's no shortage of things to do. I laugh, Sandeep and I were talking the other day and he said, yeah, it's really easy to know crypto if you can spend 16 hours a day reading, right? And so, a lot of what I want to do is get really acclimated with the organization first and foremost. They've done a lot of great partnerships. You saw us announce, us doing stuff with, NFL and Ticketmaster. You saw us doing something with 100 Thieves, the esports organization. So that studios team has been doing a really great job and a lot of work. And so it's like, how do we actually add fuel to the fire? I think it'd be really great to stand up our organization and hire for really key roles that we have. So we want to continue to bring Web2 folks that are enlightened and have, red pilled, if you will, and are ready to come over and join this movement. And so I think what you'll start to see is a lot of like marquee hires come over to the studios team over the next couple months. And then really it's us working as a collective group about what is our vision? What do we want to accomplish? What's our messaging externally and internally? How do we make sure we have more operational and organizational rigor? How do we make sure we're showing up big at events where, gamers and game developers are coming together? How are we making sure that we can better streamline and support non-gaming initiatives, whether it's Prada and Adidas or so forth? So it's really like, you have this blank canvas because there's such a huge appetite and demand to already work and build on Polygon's network. So how do we actually just add, a really strong partnerships team to that and a really strong brand identity to it and make sure that as people come in, they're excited to build on Polygon. They're choosing Polygon because it's the best place to build on. And that's what we're really focused on. And we definitely believe we're going to accomplish that vision and more.
That's super cool and very exciting to hear. There's more red pilling of Web2 folks coming over.
I'm bringing them over left and right. Believe me. I think the funny thing is, I think people look, they worry that, they're interested in it, but they don't know everything about it. And I think a lot of people don't realize that there's a tremendous amount of humility in the Web3 industry of we all don't know everything about it. And everybody has different skill sets. Everybody is learning every day. There's so much that's happening in this space to keep up on. And so I think what you're starting to see is people naturally wanting to come over, but not know how best to do it or what role they have to play in this world. And so as you start to have these conversations with Web2 folks and you see what they've been able to build, it's like, no, that's exactly the skill set we need to bring over into Web3, make the jump. It's going to be worth your while. We as a collective industry are building something really special here. And I think I love just the overall spirit. I'm working at, former role in big tech, highly competitive. What are we doing against Amazon? What are we doing against Facebook? And even though, yes, there's competition that's happening in Web3, really the spirit of the community is like we're building something special together as a group here. And so it just is much more like of collaborative. And so I think people are not used to operating in an industry like that, even in the games industry, where it's hyper competitive between an Activision Blizzard and an EA and an Ubisoft. You see so much more collaboration and just like positive vibes. And I think, you know, that is the spirit of like, you know, we're going to make it and all of this, you know. And so I think like people, as they get introduced from Web 2 into Web 3, are naturally going to continue to lean in. And I think we're going to get a lot of great talent from that industry to come over and build this thing.
Absolutely. I love it. And what would you say then, I guess, from your time at YouTube and perhaps beyond, like were some of the core like learnings that you feel like you're gonna be able to bring across and kind of, you know, sort of put to work over here? Curious how sort of that translates into this whole new world of Web3.
There's a lot. I think like at YouTube, you know, learning how to build apps that, you know, and products that scale across a variety of the creator economy. So we built a lot of stuff that at first was like made for gamers, right? And with gaming creators and gaming users in mind. And what you find out, that a lot of that ends up being broadly applicable. So standing up products and being able to scale them is a really important learning that I had over the last 7 years. You know, I think how to set up a world-class organization that generates billions in revenue for the company, you know, gaming being one of the largest verticals at YouTube. How we set our strategy, how we market ourselves, how you handle competition, right? You know, YouTube is no stranger to significant competition in the space with Facebook and Twitch and the deals that are being done there in the creator economy. So I think there's a lot of actually, there's a lot that I learned at YouTube that resembles what is needed in this field and how we're going to continue to build out the organization at Polygon Studios. And so I'm looking forward to kind of like taking a lot of those growing pains and learning lessons that we had. And look, it's a little bit different because like I said, when I started at YouTube, we were just cracking 1 billion users and we're well over 2 billion now. So a lot of what I've learned is how to take a platform from 1 billion to 2 billion, but it'll be fun to figure out how we take it from, 50 million to 100 million to 1 billion. And that's actually what gets me really excited about this space is I think the 1 billion to 2 billion was quite the quest and path. And I think those learnings will actually really help us accelerate our timeline to how do we just get 1 billion people, you know, on crypto and, you know, working on the Ethereum network and all of that. So I'm excited.
I love it. You heard it here first. Polygon for 1 billion users, not too long. They're lucky to have you.
Yes, that's the dream. You know, that's where we're going to get to. And I think everybody is certainly aligned and running in the right direction. And everybody has a role to play in that, you know, from the developers themselves to the people that are working every day at Polygon.
Mm-hmm. And then curious for your thoughts at sort of a higher level about where we're at in the evolution of these, you know, the intersection of sort of blockchain and gaming. How do you reflect? How do you think about, you know, is this really a new sort of genre of game, a new type of game? Like, what are the sort of, you know, differences? What are the things that jump out to you about, you know, blockchain gaming versus what came before? Is this like really a... Yeah.
I want to riff on you because I want to hear also, I want to hear kind of your perspective on it. I look at it this way. Look, at the end of the day, when you're developing a game, no matter what, like take the idea of blockchain outside of it, you have to make a really good game. Like first and foremost, there is so much capital being deployed into the gaming ecosystem. You are seeing a lot of these big macro level acquisitions that are happening across Take-Two and Microsoft and so forth. So there's just a lot of money being put into game development. And so because of that, there's like a lot more optionality for gamers to go play any kind of game that you could ever imagine. And it's great. That's why you have 2.5 billion people on this planet that are playing games in some way, shape, or form. And obviously across that spectrum, it can be super casual of like my mom playing Candy Crush at the airport all the way to like me being a hardcore like tactical shooter player, right? And everything in between. The great thing about the gaming industry is there's something for everybody. And I think that opens up this aperture of users participating in it. And it's almost like gaming is going to just be like synonymous with entertainment and culture. Everybody's going to do it in some way, shape, or form. And I don't know if we'll even call it video games long term. So when I think of like what's unique about like blockchain gaming, it's like making a really great game first and foremost is important. And then I think opening up this economy where you can play and earn and you can do all of these things with inside of it. You can have a governance token. You can own your actual and have like true, genuine digital ownership. You have resale value there. There's like, you're really democratizing development in a lot of different ways. And so I think, yes, it's like a little bit of a cop out, but it's like, yes, it is. It's a new subsection. And a lot of the counter arguments you always hear is like, yeah, you could do it with, a centralized SQL database and these things that kind of already exist. Look at Diablo 3 auction house, yada, yada, right? But the fact of the matter is there's really not a lot of games that are plugging into what does it look like when you have these free open economies and marketplaces. And so it's becoming really easy to build those, in Web3. And so I think what you're going to see is people, yes, they're going to make these high quality games first and foremost, but they're really going to start to think about, okay, I have another tool at my disposal to make a great game because I'm building on the blockchain. What does that actually mean for me? And like, what can I actually do with that? So I'm interested to see, I think you're going to see a convergence of a lot of these different things. And the other thing to, be mindful of is over time, like it takes time to make high polished AAA games. You're seeing a lot of these projects of really talented developers leaving Activision, Blizzard, leaving Riot, leaving EA, leaving Ubi to start their own companies, and they're getting funded to do it. And they are their aspirations are to build these like beautiful, high polished games. And those are on the horizon. We haven't even seen them yet. And so I do think there will be a pretty meaningful shift of players moving into games, blockchain based games. And you're going to see that over the next 3 to 4 years. Look, I'd love to see, you yourself are like at such a great intersection of this, of what you're doing between Bitcraft and Delphi. Like, what's your thoughts on what this unlocks in the gaming space?
Yeah, I mean, I think the part that excites me the most still is definitely, obviously this whole thing's a spectrum, right? Degree of integration of these technologies. We're going to see a lot of very high polished games that are exciting, that do like pretty vanilla NFT integrations for, pure cosmetic, non-balance impacting stuff. Cool, fine, new way to monetize, new way for people to engage. That stuff's super exciting. But I think this whole new, further out to the right end of the spectrum, this whole new sort of, it's like what is like uniquely enabled by, leveraging these technologies for the first time, right? I think the way you can like sort of start to build things where there's this kind of emergent gameplay in a really interesting way, and like literally the community picks up some kind of, base that's been built around these things and like just runs with them in such interesting ways. So a lot of the stuff I've seen around on-chain gaming, things like Dark Forest and all the stuff that OX Park's doing, that kind of stuff excites me enormously. It's like, the community is playing a material like front seat role in the world building itself after the developers kind of define the parameters and like primitives for those game worlds. And whilst we're like, probably a decade away from those things, like the concept of on-chain gaming reaching the stage where, you can do it with any kind of graphical complexity or anything like that, that stuff's really exciting to me. And I do think, when we can build ecosystems where there's like meaningful community governance and, people can actually like help drive the game in interesting ways and contribute to it, that stuff's really exciting to me because we just don't really see a great equivalent, in terms of what came before. So we'll see. It'll take time. I'm here for it though. I'm most excited about things, trying to ask the question, like, what can we do now that we couldn't before, like in a very meaningful way. So we'll see what comes with that. We'll see. I
agree. And it's kind of like, what we see now is simply just scratching the surface of the possibilities. And I feel like, when you look at conversations publicly are happening where there's like strong kind of, it's very polarizing on just the topic of NFTs, right? For a variety of reasons. And I think as we're able to, as a collective industry, illustrate more complex examples of what like NFTs can do and what blockchain gaming can do, and point to those examples publicly and say, like, this is it. Like, this is why we were excited. Because I think right now, it's very hard for those that are not really in the industry. It's very hard to articulate that vision in a way that makes sense and is coherent, to somebody that like is not, that might be like very foreign to this concept. And there's obviously a lot of things that are going to happen between now and then. We'll address some of the more macro issues, environmental concerns and carbon footprint and so forth. But I agree with you. I think like game development takes on a whole life of its own when you start to look out 4, 5, 6 years from now. I do think, to your point, it's like right now when developers are looking at like how do we really harness our community, they're doing it like via Twitter or Reddit posts. When you can actually make genuine product decisions and game decisions at a macro level because of governance, like that's a really cool participation. Or to your point, like games that evolve because you're like able to democratize development of a game, and really you just are kind of setting the parameters, to your point, and letting the community run free. This changes the way games are inherently played right now in a whole different way. I also think too, these shifts in user bases that will be coming over and participating in these, ecosystems and games is going to materially change the way free to play is looked at, right? Because I do think you're going to see a shift of for lack of better terms, whales that are participating and really hold up free to play games, right? It's like a combination of people with money and a combination of people with time. When you start to see the player base that is actually investing heavily into these games start to find equivalent games that are blockchain based, that is really going to change like the entire industry. And I think it'll require then AAA publishers to really reevaluate what kind of games are they making, how are they making them, and how they should be participating. The other thing too is like not every game needs to be a blockchain based game. So we don't have to deal with like absolutes on these conversations. It's like, I don't want my son to have to worry about like, buying Ethereum and playing in a volatile economy or anything of that nature when he's like 7 years old, right? Like there are games that are going to be much more well-designed. And so I think the other thing in these conversations are people too largely are dealing in absolutes when having these conversations. It's okay to like have a unique subsection of the gaming industry where this is happening.
100%. And like, we often hear pushback around even just the notion of governance in games, right? Like the community is never going to make good decisions. Like, handing over the parts of the development roadmap to them is going to be a car crash. Like, again, that's not binary. It's not like one or the other. There's like this intermediate scenario where, you have things like delegated governance, right? There are people that emerge from the community, which other players recognize as really dialed into what's happening in terms of the direction of travel, how the economy is evolving. And they might be willing to basically, delegate their votes to these people who act as like representatives of the player base to, help coordinate these decisions and stuff. I totally agree. It's not about absolutes. It's like everyone assumes it's always binary when it's not. I think we'll find a healthy middle ground on it.
And that stuff takes time, and like even a democratic approach to like what you're talking about, and like almost like elected officials within communities that are the ones. I mean, like I love that, right? I think that's like a great, like that is, you could never have something like that in today's environment. And these are the things that are going to come up. And I feel the more that we can kind of talk about these really unique opportunities, the more it creates really interesting thought processes for developers. And then in turn, they make great products that users are going to be able to genuinely enjoy and love. And I feel we are just cracking the surface of that. Yep.
Totally. And it's super exciting to think about because obviously all these different games over the years, like mainly surrounding RPGs and whatnot, have these legendary players that emerge, right? You had Zezmer and RuneScape and whatnot. Like everyone loved that dude. They still do all these years on, including me. If he was so dialed into how the game was evolving and whatnot, obviously was grinding, maxing all the first levels. Like that's exactly the kind of person that can meaningfully contribute to the world building that's going on, right? And people would be willing to support, again, almost like an elected official. So anyway, lots of fun design space there. I wanted to double click a bit though on, the current state of things, the current lay of the land in terms of the absolutely shocking backlash that we've seen in so many scenarios around, just sort of broader gamer populations. I wonder, where you think it comes from and how we get past this, because it definitely seems to be a major obstacle currently.
Yeah, look, I obviously have spent a lot of time on it. I, made this jump from YouTube over to Polygon, knowing that, there is a lot of controversy around the topic of NFTs. I think there's a lot to unpack there. I think one, sometimes it's like, I question how much of it is a vocal minority for one. Like two, I'll give you an example. The 100 Thieves drop was yesterday. They did it on Polygon. They came out with communications. They didn't use even NFT as a term. They came out with communications that like the carbon footprint for a redemption is like the equivalent of 2 emails, right? Mm-hmm. They had a quarter, and the time window was only a couple hours. It was open to redeem, and it was free, right? So like that, take that with a grain of salt. But they had 250,000 people redeem it, right? So it's like, okay, there's something here. I think there's a little bit of like Web3 maximalism speaking past hardcore gamers. Hardcore gamers are notoriously known for digging in. They have done it on a variety of things. Like I even think of when I first started at YouTube gaming, it was like, you'll never be able to be in like gaming video. Like Twitch is supreme and rules all, right? Now I think the messaging has changed a little bit on that, right? And so people come along, look at like the resistance against free to play. There's a lot of misunderstanding around, look, you think about like mining, right? People still remember when they couldn't get a graphics card because of Bitcoin miners. So there's understandably a sour taste in gamers' mouth for what some of the behaviors have happened. You can look at NFT projects that you're getting rugged or you're getting scammed on. Those definitely exist, right? You can look at like, you're not in the NFT space and you see like an ape going for $500,000. You're like, what is this, right? And so I think there's a lot of understandable uncertainty and misinformation that is kind of fueling this like strong resistance behind it, right? a lot of this isn't going to be solved in dialogue and communications, right? Like I can talk to people till I'm blue in the face about this and talk about opportunity. If you don't want to listen to it, or you're so strongly adamant against it, it's not going to make much progress. The one thing that is tried and true and over time always wins is if you have a really great product and users want to play in that product, that will prevail. And so I think a lot of what we as an industry need to do is worry less about that, one, we should be listening, have empathy for the counterpoint of view. But I think a lot of it is develop great products and people will come to them over time. And I do think it's a little bit of marketing and messaging. Like, I think we do need to understand, like, I go back to that 100 Thieves example because they nailed it, right? They threaded the needle there. They get ahead of this conversation. It's about how you land that messaging that's really important. The other thing too, it's like, you have had people that are just jamming this like idea of an NFT into like a game, right? And I don't think that works well either, right? It's like people want to be able to play the game that they've been playing because they've enjoyed it. You don't need to just throw over and like put that game on the blockchain. Give like people care about these open economies and marketplaces. People care about governance. Some people just want to play a chill video game, and that's cool too, right? So I think over time, some of this stuff will settle itself out. And I'll be honest with you, like I'm like zero bothered by it. Like I listen. I feel like a really good understanding of the counterpoints. I'm empathetic to that. I think there's a lot of work as an industry we need to do because they're valid counterpoints. We shouldn't be dismissive of it. We shouldn't be elitist about whatever we're building. But I think it's really important to like keep your head down and build and hear some of those concerns, adjust accordingly, but keep building it and show great examples.
No, love that. Yeah, wanted to touch on before we got to wrap up, sort of where your head's at. I mean, I'm always skeptical of predictions, but to the extent you might be willing to share some thought just on, both the intersection of crypto and gaming and just gaming more broadly, like sort of where we're headed, how you're viewing that trajectory. Obviously, you've had pretty unique insight into it after your sort of, YouTube career and now digging in on the Web3 side. So curious where your head's at.
Yeah, I mean, I would say anybody that says they know where we're going, I would not trust and would call them a liar flat out. I think the beauty of all of this is we're building the plane that's already in flight and we're going to figure out where it takes us and where we land. And I think that's the excitement about why we're in this industry. It's anyone's best guess. I do think, though, you're going to see, like I said, like kind of touching on this point, like your people are going to continue to be shown great examples and you're going to start to usher in more people into this space. You have a lot of Gen Z is kind of ruling the world right now. And they look at gaming as their number one form of entertainment. They look at gaming as their number one form of social community. A lot of them are purchasing crypto. It's becoming really easier to do as far as access. I think regulation is going to be more than welcomed, right? Like obviously we all have opinions on what does that mean, but it takes away like the ambiguity of it, right? And provides much more clear guidelines. I think you're going to start to see that. And this convergence over the next like 24 to 36 months is going to lead to like just more people being crypto native, right? They're going to be really familiar. They're going to come into these games and these apps and experiences and totally get it. Right now, it's like, dude, trying to explain to somebody that doesn't get like, how you set up a MetaMask wallet, like what is all of this? Like, what is this versus this, right? Like what's a L1 versus an L2? Explaining that to people that are not spending time in that space, it's the moon to them, right? But all of that, like the education and evangelizing is going to change. And so I think what you're going to see is in 2 or 3 years, we are going to stop having these like conversations about onboarding and educating. And I think there's going to be so many like crypto native people. It'll be such common knowledge in this younger generation of Gen Z that are going to be, inevitably in 5 to 10 years will be key decision makers at big companies and be leading big roles. And I think a lot of it will become abundantly more clear. I also think you look at from a regulation perspective, it's a lot of, I don't want to say boomers, but it is that this is wild to wrap their head around, right? And so you're going to also see millennials start to come into powers and positions politically that understand a lot of this much better and can articulate it much more clearly. And so I think there's a lot of really positive long-term tailwinds that are starting to happen. And I just think it's not easy for everybody to see it, but I think we're starting to see a great convergence. And we have really great leaders across the Web3 industry that are able to articulate and help bring these people along. So yeah, my prediction is like, it will not feel like the wild, wild west in just 2 or 3 years time. And there will be a lot more like certainty around the space, much more appreciation around the space, and much more understanding.
Absolutely, yeah, and no, couldn't agree more on the the Web3 sort of proponents who are very articulate and concise around this stuff. I think they're doing a great job at sort of laying down a potential playbook for regulators, etc. That's still one of the things that keeps me up at night. Obviously, I firmly believe that the vast majority of economic activity is still going to happen in regulated markets, but I'm still concerned that maybe there'll be an overextension, right? Because that tends to happen when regulators feel like things are getting away from them a bit. So we'll see how that evolves. My fingers are crossed.
You and me both. I'm cautiously optimistic, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, before we wrap, wanted to also basically give you the opportunity to sort of share any advice, I guess, you give people coming into the space, whether that's developers, people personally, professionally, idle curiosity. You tell me.
Yeah. Look, I think now's a great time to jump in. Again, don't be afraid that you don't know everything, right? Like a lot of people, like we are all learning. Things are changing every single day. This industry is, rapidly evolving. If you're sitting on the sidelines and you're looking for an opportune or perfect time to jump in, it never does exist, right? So make the jump. There are so many jobs open across Web3. I mean, it is absurd. Like Polygon Studios, we've got like 15 or 20 roles open right now. Across Polygon, there's like probably over 100, So no better time to build. There's a lot of capital, no better time to raise money to start a company. So if you're an entrepreneur, go start it. There's a lot of funding coming out into this space. If you want to be a builder and just work in this industry, there's a ton of job openings. We need all the help we can get across Web3. There's so many different opportunities. You will learn as you go. And so don't be afraid to build. Don't be afraid to join the initiative. And I think there's never been a better time than now to do so. So I give everybody as much encouragement. I personally have made the jump, and I can tell you, only even a couple of days into it, I couldn't be happier that I did. And I'm ecstatic that I made the jump over. And honestly, I can't imagine a world where I didn't at this point already. So come, we'll take everybody.
I love it. How's that for a call to action to wrap on? Brian, it's always a pleasure chatting. I'm super excited that you're, diving in full time in the space now, and super excited to see how this whole sort of landscape evolves, how Polygon evolves with you at the helm. So thanks a lot for making the time.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks everybody. Take care.
Ryan, Pierce, thanks so much, and it was a perfect note to end on.
Yeah, thank you.
People involved. Thanks again.
Cheers, guys.
Next up, we are ready for our next talk, and when I invite Justin Kahn for an interview, I want to take this opportunity to kind of welcome him and introduce him. Most of you know Justin as the co-founder of Twitch, but as of recently, Justin is CEO and founder of Fractal. So we're going to cover a handful of things around how this event's going, and a few things that I think you are uniquely suitable to kind of give your insights on, and we'll kind of jump right in. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
So
how are you?
I am doing great. I kind of did a poor job at describing your background. So what I'll do is I'll let you kind of give us a quick overview of sort of what Fractal is and sort of how you got to it, and your journey from kind of Twitch to where you are now.
Sure. Yeah. So I've been an internet entrepreneur and investor for the last 18 years now. Kind of started my career right as Web 2 was kicking off, and built a lot of different companies. The one that people know about is Twitch, which started off as us building our own streaming platform. Actually, us trying to build our own streaming show first, and then turning it into a platform, and then eventually really focusing that platform on gaming. And it turned out to be much bigger than we ever thought. And we sold Twitch to Amazon in 2014. And after that, I've been investing in companies, incubating companies, and most recently been really interested in crypto and Web3. And a couple months ago, I started working on a new project called Fractal. And the high level of Fractal is a marketplace for digital in-game assets. So gaming NFTs. I think there's this huge wave coming of gaming, blockchain games that are all reaching, a new capital market, new player base through selling the assets digitally, and we want to power that revolution. So that's what we're doing. You introduced me as a CEO, but my co-founder Dave is actually the CEO, and I'm, I founded it with him and an amazing team.
Well, apologies for that. This is great. I do want to dig into Fractal and sort of how you sort of landed on this idea, but maybe I'd love to kind of learn more about just sort of why or how did you decide to sort of jump in now into crypto? Obviously, I think you've been exposed to this space for a handful of years. So I'm curious to kind of get your background. When did you kind of hear about crypto? When did it become interesting from a hobby to serious, and what that experience was like?
Yeah, well, I think I first heard about Bitcoin pretty late. I mean, it was like 2011, something like that. But I was kind of like, oh, this is an experiment. I think it's probably illegal. It's like, not, I don't know if it's going to work. So I didn't pursue it at all. And then in 2013 was when I first started buying Bitcoin, because I was like, the price, I think I was one of the first price run-ups, and I was trying to invest in Coinbase and my friend Brian's company, and kind of missed the seed round. Buy some Bitcoin, goes up, just going to kill me, So I bought some at like 800, and it immediately crashed to like 200. And I was like, I'm like literally the bag holder. I'm such a sucker. And then I just forgot about it, And so then obviously like years later, the price was accelerating again. And I was like, okay, something's here. This thing has existed for years now. And I saw Ethereum come and start to get some traction. And I was like, I don't know what's going to work here. So I just invested in some crypto funds. Like I LP'd a few crypto funds. That turned out to be a pretty good idea. But as a programmer, I was like, I don't know if any of this stuff is going to work for the type of thing that I like to do, which is, consumer-based applications. I didn't really see kind of like a high transaction throughput application being able to work. And so I actually, at the time, became an advisor to a few people building projects that were applications. One was called Audius, which is, like a decentralized music app platform. But I was like, still like, I don't know if this is going to work technically. And then it was really about a year ago where I saw them build their, launch their application, and it was, pretty streamlined application. Like, you as a user who just goes to audios.co, you didn't have to know anything about to like try out, but the whole thing's running in this decentralized way. And that was very inspirational to me. So that was like, made me think, okay, this is something that's gonna work. And at the same time, another friend built this project called Brain Trust, which I think is on Polygon actually, and it's a decentralized platform for work. And I saw them get a huge amount of traction by distributing their token to this community of freelancers, and that's started under, here's the power of sharing ownership among your community. And it occurred to me that if we created Twitch today, we would do it as a decentralized platform, because Twitch was something that created this tremendous amount of value, and a lot of that was captured in the form of partner payments or for streaming, right, by the streamers. But the streamers didn't have any way to like invest in the upside of the company or the project. So that got me really excited about researching ideas and understanding like markets, changed. I started getting excited about building something.
Oh, that's amazing. I think you already set up the base for the rest of the questions I had, because this covers in all these themes. And it's interesting because obviously the last talk also covered kind of how we think crypto will change gaming, or just Web3 in general. And my kind of first question to you here is, was it specifically a timing thing, or was it just that you kind of just are more naturally excited about gaming and just that as a frontier because of just the experience with Twitch that you realize that's where the biggest opportunity is? And kind of how do you kind of think about gaming versus ownership, and are they the same to you as you kind of thought about starting Fractal?
Yeah, so I think there was probably like a timing of when, there's a bunch of infrastructure now, like a Solana or Polygon, or like there's all this infrastructure to make I would say a higher transaction throughput application happen, right? In crypto. And those are the apps, like things that are more consumer focused are probably what I'm naturally interested in. The DeFi stuff is like very interesting, but it's not really my area where I'm like, oh, okay, that's something that I want to pursue as my job, So for me, I think that there was this timing where the technology like now a place where we're creating something that's, things that can be like used by normal people. And that was very exciting to me. So gaming specifically, I think, I've watched this whole NFT rise, and was a very tiny investor in OpenSea, and I was like, this is, really interesting, and saw how it inspired a huge boom art market, and is a way that creators can, now like a new business model for creators. So that was really exciting, and I think the next wave of NFTs is pretty clearly to me is like NFTs that have some form of utility. And gaming is very natural as a place for that to start, because the idea that digital assets in gaming have value has been something that's 25 concept that's like 25 years old. I played Ultima Online when I was in the 90s. I was in high school, and I used to sneak downstairs and play Ultima Online like from like midnight to like 5 a.m. when my parents were asleep. And that game was like, people were buying and selling stuff in that game like on eBay back then. People other people weren't players, were mind blown that anyone would value this stuff. But now that's become the predominant business model of gaming, is selling stuff in the game, whether that's skins in Fortnite or Counter-Strike or like other types of assets. It's like that's how people that's how gaming companies monetize now. And so to me, the next step, the natural extension, is like making that economy from a closed one to an open one, and giving the like ownership of those assets to the players so that they can not just buy them, but they can also sell them or trade them. That to me is like a very obvious evolution that is going to happen over the next 10 years in gaming.
I absolutely agree. And I think this kind of opens up a whole series of questions around just how do you think gaming in Web3 would be like? So my kind of first question there is, do you kind of believe that using blockchains or just different primitives in crypto is just a different abstraction to how games are built right now? Or do you think crypto games will be inherently entirely different from what we see from all these studios?
Well, it'd probably be a blend. I think that, crypto in gaming or Web3 gaming is like it's a mix of different things, right? Like different innovations. One innovation is it's access to a new capital market. It's like a new funding model, right? Where you're selling a set of NFTs or other tokens to an audience of early supporters. And those people are oftentimes, before you have a game, those people are basically pre-funding the game. And they've done that for a long time. You've had games like Star Citizen or something that are starting 12, where they've raised $400 million now in terms of on some platform. Have like players get the opportunity to have some sort of real ownership in the asset. So if the game is successful, maybe their assets increase in value, but they get something. And so that's one part of it. I think another part is kind of like this, putting the stuff on the blockchain makes it open and programmable. And so there's going to be this open ecosystem where games, create their assets as NFTs, and then other people like make experiences on top of them. And as a programmer, that's what I'm particularly excited about. It's like the opportunity to kind of like connect all of this stuff that's online, and I think people will invent new and interesting ways and like experiences and utility that can sit on top of the NFTs that are created for these games and metaverses. And I'm really excited for that future.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of those things where we kind of officially unlock that world, and being able to see different universes that have the same basis is an incredible theme that I think we're just seeing very basic implementation applications of. So we haven't even seen that to full capacity yet. I'm curious to kind of hear your thoughts on sort of what are some interesting ideas either you've come across or you would like to see that actually take this level of composability to some interesting experiences.
Yeah, well, there's some like very obvious ones, like I was just talking to founders of this company Web with 2 B's, and they let you take in your digital avatar from other PFP projects, and like they render them as they have like they render them as like a 2D sprite, and you could like use this as your avatar in this 2D world, right? Like it's kind of like an 8-bit realm, like Metaverse. And so it's like kind of like an obvious one. I know other people are working on that as well for their various PFP projects. Meebit is doing something like that as well. So that's kind of Fractal, we have our own collection of 100,000 fractals. So these are unique digital snowflakes with attributes. They belong to different factions with different rarities. And then you have like, velocity and spin, altitude, so that. And we kind of thought of it as to be like a gaming primitive on top of which people could build various experiences. So it's everything from very simple things like, certain fractals getting whitelist access to buy into certain sales. But then it's also like people building experiences like special levels or tournaments or events for fractal holders, all the way through like different cosmetic upgrades within their build of fractal. And so I'm just starting to see that happen right now. And that's, I think what's excited about is the stuff that I'm not even imagining right now, because when something's open and programmable, like people are going to create new stuff that you never would have guessed exists.
Fair enough. No, 100%. In terms of kind of contrasting that with what's happening on the Web2 side, we obviously, all of us are excited about sort of gaming becoming a really nice way to bring in millions, if not hundreds of millions more people in, because they understand how that works. It's a clear, engaged audience. But when we talk about mass adoption, do you think scalability or maybe the transaction costs are the only barriers to entry? Like, how would you kind of think about what's preventing right now from getting like 100 more million people trying out Web3 games?
From the last talk nailed it, where it's like it's all about product and it's all about UI UX, right? So it's really how can you, like, that's one of the innovations with Twitch and Justin TV before it, like there was streaming on the internet before, but we made it like really easy and like have to install any plugin or anything like that. So I think that what I'm excited about is people are creating more ways for crypto to be easier to onboard. That could look like different things. It might be, custodial wallets, for example, or there's like, I feel like there's a lot of things that games can do to make the UI UX just like much simpler in terms of like how do you onboard and actually provide some of that, like make it like provide some of those rails for users. And so I think games are a good way to do that, because people are, the games, like the gaming industry is like highly optimized in terms of getting players on and like making sure their marketing dollars are very efficient. And so I feel like that is potentially a way that millions and tens of millions of users get onboarded into crypto.
In that world, do you how do you kind of think about the trade-offs between the abstractions needed to sort of remove some of those UX barriers versus kind of compromising on anywhere from decentralization to the end user owning the underlying asset? I feel like usually we've seen them at different ends of the same kind of rope. And
right, it's a trade-off, right? There's a trade-off between abstractions that are forms of centralization versus decentralization, right? And I think the question is like how much, not every app needs to be fully decentralized. I mean, there's probably some, evangelists who believe that to be the case. But that's the, I think that's true, right? Like, so if you're moving huge amounts of money in DeFi, and then perhaps you really care about the decentralization and sovereignty. But if you're playing a game where the stakes are much lower, perhaps you're willing to at first try that game in a way like where you load it through a custodial wallet that's provided by the game. So you don't know anything about, you don't have to know anything about, decentralization at all or crypto at all. And then once maybe if you're very invested in that game, you're investing a lot of capital, tokens, time, whatever, then you can, take that sovereignty back and like, take that wallet once you're like, you understand what's going on, And so I think when people create these applications, there is a little bit of a user trade-off. I mean, Coinbase is a great example of something, they've onboarded, tens of millions of users into crypto. And, there's a trade-off there because you're using, most of those users are custodying their crypto at Coinbase, right?
And we don't have to expect everybody to kind of do this too. And they as long as they have a choice, they get to kind of pick the experience they want either as well. No, I agree. Does that matter to you for Fractal, or how do you kind of envision people who are Fractal users kind of experience this?
I think what's interesting about NFTs, like in general, and then gaming NFTs, is that by putting something on the blockchain, it's effectively like, it's almost like an asset backed by blockchain, right? A lot of these assets, they're not going to be successful if the game itself is not successful and they don't create a client that like does something with this asset. And so there's a point of centralization that's really important, right? Which is this initial game. Eventually, maybe the set of assets will become big enough that they exist beyond one game experience. And so they have like some durable value there. But I think the blockchain component at first as like a way to give people, it's kind of like how the US dollar was backed by gold, and that like gave people confidence to invest in this as a currency, to use it, right? And eventually from that, and there's probably different philosophical views on it's a good idea or not, but I think of the idea that you put your assets on auction, I think is this way to give people confidence in like they have ownership and so that gives them the play this to participate in this market or this economy, this game ecosystem. And so to me that's kind of like the important part. It's almost like it's more ideological than it is technology, actually, I think.
That's a really interesting way to kind of think about it. I guess in that world, it's sort of related, but not directly related. But do you feel like the nature of everything being able to be priced or resold or repackaged in some form, whether it's creatively or not, affects kind of the nature of the games themselves? Like, do you think everything becomes too transactional and people don't play things for fun because they think there's money to be made or not made or lost or sold here? And do you think the second we start valuing everything that ideally we couldn't to the full extent in the Web2, kind of any from ruins to diminishes the gaming experience?
Well, I have two thoughts on that. One is that before, a couple of years ago, before there were any blockchain games were primarily played for fun, right? There's probably a scale of and they were mostly fun. And maybe there was a little bit of economic activity. There were a few people who were selling World of Warcraft gold on eBay or something, but mostly people were playing for fun, 99% of players. And then now, with blockchain games, some of these early games like Axie Infinity, like maybe people are playing more, there's a huge contingent of people who are playing as a job, right? And maybe if they're, if they weren't able to make money off of it, they wouldn't play the game, or some percentage of them wouldn't play the game. I think as the games, what will happen is the games will shift back to be more fun. Most people will be playing for fun, like maybe 80%. And then 20% of it will be like, oh, I can, I do have if I want to play a different game, I can sell the stuff in this game, right? Like I get, there's some economic component of it, but it's not their primary reason for participating in this gaming universe. I think that's the end state, because most people do want to play games for fun. I think so that's kind of, we'll see this shift back as the games become more better experiences, right? We're in this very early phase of blockchain gaming. It's kind of like free to play in 2008, where the free play games that were on social networks like Facebook, these games were they were viral, but there was a lot of criticism of them, but because by real gamers, because they were saying, gamers would say, this isn't a fun game, it's a wonky business model, I don't believe in it. And now 14 years later, that's the predominant business model of gaming, right? And you have games that are much more immersive experiences like Fortnite that are built on a free-to-play model. So I think blockchain games that will go through that similar transition. The last thing you said is the financialization point, which I didn't address. So, do games become less fun as everything has the ability to be financialized within the game? I don't think in these blockchain games, I don't think every asset or every interaction will be something that can be monetized or turned into an NFT. Oftentimes what I've seen is people are, there's some core assets and that are NFTs in the game, like your player or your avatar, or some major things. But then there's a lot of stuff that's, interactions in the game that are not monetized. And I think that with these games, it's, I kind of think about the creation of the car, the automobile, right? In the early 1900s, we created these cars and people bought them. And then there's this whole industry of financialization that popped up around it, right? You could get a loan for a car then, and then you can rent your car out, or people would buy cars and rent them out at airports or whatever. Or you could rent your car out on Getaround and turn it into an asset, or you can get a loan against your car, right? And use it as collateral. And so I think that gaming assets will go through a similar
it's a really good
transition. Yeah, where gaming assets started off as there's just something you have, right? You buy to play, but then eventually, if it's something that's valued by other people, then you can, and it's programmable, it's online, it's easy to do all of this financialization around. People will create all of these different methods of financialization, and that's going to be pretty exciting. I don't know, but it's interesting.
That's a really good analogy, because I think I'm also, by the way, I'm mixing some questions from the audience. So for the audience, feel free to just type any questions in. I'll be able to ask them and merge them in with the list of our questions. But there's a question around just how do economies work in crypto, because we've seen games that have like immensely tweaked and kind of curated economies for how their in-world works, but now you get to interact with everything else too. So you're basically thinking like a virtual country, a set of countries, and all these kind of primitives that we understand in real world can be applied. We haven't seen them to most extents, but it's kind of becoming popular. So this car analogy works really well. It's a really good way to think about it. I want to kind of get to an interesting point, which is our kind of topic here, which is understanding the role of existing game studios and Web2 sort of game publishers. We've kind of seen a handful of them kind of talk about or sort of hint they're thinking about doing NFTs or just think about Web3 in general, and it's just kind of come with massive resistance from whoever's online, basically. And kind of the question is, I'm not asking you to comment on any of that, but it's more of sort of how do you think they get to adapt, or they should adapt, or maybe like what their role becomes in this world? Like, will they be forced to transition? Do you think they'll just get dethroned by Web3 native things, or just what happens in this point that we're at?
Yeah, I think we've seen this movie before, right? Like with free to play, like when, free to play started off, it was, and then mobile, like was kind of the next, was the real catalyst of this. Like at first, all the successful games were new entrants, right? It's an innovator's dilemma, right? It's, you have these incumbents. They're like, we're making all this money making games for Xbox or PC or whatever. Do we really care about mobile? It's kind of nascent. And then new entrants start up, the Zyngas of the world. And then those become successful companies. And then like the incumbents are like, okay, we need to pay attention. And I think the same thing will happen with blockchain games where, the incumbents get all this criticism because their players are like, oh, that's not serious. That's not gaming. That's like not what we know, right? People are resistant to change. And so they'll be like, players will, a traditional company's like, oh, we're going to sell NFTs. And then players are like, this is a cash grab. This is bad for the environment. There's all these lists of criticisms, right? And incumbent, like new entrants, like there's a ton of people who are game developers from big studios, they're from Riot or EA or Activision, and they're transitioning, they left their jobs to build something that's a blockchain game. And they don't have that innovator's dilemma, right? They have nothing to lose. So they're going to go out and create these new games. And then some of those games will become incredibly successful. And then in 5 years, we'll see the incumbents like kind of just bite the bullet and like they'll participate. Yeah.
Gotcha. So, and I guess if I were to kind of analyze and just see if I can tie this into something you said earlier, it seems like one of the things that sort of eases people's kind of opinions on this is if they have a great experience and a great game, then sort of makes it easy for somebody to like, okay, maybe we should consider this. And we just haven't seen too many of those moments. They're coming, and we're seeing hints of what's kind of happening, but seems like it's anytime soon kind of the window of opportunity, and maybe we'll get a bigger crowd to turn over.
Well, I mean, it's like this whole industry is like, I mean, I know Axie got started like in 2018, but it's like 1 year old really, because they, it started accelerating like a year ago, right? Or maybe 18 months ago, something like that. So like, it takes time to make a game, right? Like if you want to make a good game, it takes like a year or more. I mean, so, like these games are coming. If you are in the industry, if you like kind of peel back the curtain, you're like talking to people in the industry, there's a tremendous amount of talent that's coming to this industry. But, there's a lag time. It's not like, it's like not like, with Fractal, we like conceived of it in November, like release it a month later, right? Because it's a website and we have an amazing team. We built it, but we couldn't have built a full AAA game in like a year, right? So it's going to take some time. So I think there's, these transitions seem to happen. They seem slow, but then it'll be all of a sudden, I think, like so.
Absolutely. I have a question from the audience, and I'll kind of just phrase it out there. I think it's a little bit abstract, so I'll kind of give you room to parse. But how do you think about copyright ownership in this world, and sort of do you think that's going to end up either being a barrier or an issue as people think about IPs for these assets?
Yeah. So obviously, having an NFT of something doesn't necessarily dictate, or like doesn't necessitate a certain level of copyright ownership, right? And I think projects have tried to do different things, right? Like whether maybe they're reserving them, maybe they're granting those to the NFT holder. I think what we'll see is like every game is going to want to become a platform with their NFTs, right? Or well, I don't know if they know that right now, but they will eventually, because
that answers my prediction question.
Yeah, if you become a platform and people start building experiences on top of your game or your game NFTs, then there's the durability of those assets is higher, and kind of the value of your ecosystem goes up, right? And so the question is like, what legal framework is going to encourage the most of other people building on top of your stuff while preserving value for your ecosystem, right? I don't know what that is, but it probably it depends on, like, if I'm a developer and I'm going to build on someone else's IP, like, what assurances do I need? What protections do I need? I think that's what the framework people should be using to think about it.
It's also an interesting edge case from what we just talked about, which is, of course, it's in the best interest for the game to build a platform for their users and kind of give more, but they largely also will have a separate parallel universe that's built by others, which can equally be more successful or just successful. And I don't think we've seen too many of those scenarios in Web2 yet. And the times we've seen that actually just ends with like a clear way for somebody to just kick them off the platform. And we have a bunch of those things. So I feel like that's one thing where I just noticed that's going to be a new one where we don't know what that looks like, where somebody can build a better platform than you can using your own assets or user base.
Yeah, but I mean, the point of Web3 is that you have a way to benefit from that, right? If you hold back, you're selling NFTs, you hold back some amount, or you're like have a open token, you're holding some in your treasury. If you create something that is an open ecosystem that creates value, then you can benefit from that. And I think that's really interesting, because we saw in Web2, and as part of that is like there's a lot of promises by companies saying, oh, we're an open ecosystem, but there was no like way that was actually, they had complete control over whether that was true or not, right? And so that was true until they decided it wasn't true, right? If you were Twitter, you could build a client, or if you were on Twitter, you could build a client and build all sorts of like different ways that to build on top of Twitter, until they decided, they were like, oh, this is like actually suboptimal for our business.
With Facebook and Zynga, right? Like,
true, yeah, exactly. True for Facebook. I mean, it's true for all these platforms. And so, and it's probably only not true for Twitch because we weren't like early enough to like, really build it as a platform, to be honest. So like, I think that like what's interesting to me about Web3, what I love about it is it's kind of like there was a way for it to be economically incented to create an open platform, right? It's primarily the things that are successful are primarily open platforms, and it's an aligned incentive to create the open net. I think that's important, because that's the internet that we want to be part of, is one where it's, anyone can build on top of what's out there. I think that's the best for innovation. It's the best for the consumer. And
I totally agree. I think this is one of those things where, it's going to be hard to imagine what we can't imagine yet. And obviously there's a catch in that sentence alone, and we're just seeing what people are going to do with this. I want to end on a final question, which is, there's over 1,000 developers here that are considering going into Web3 from their existing Web2 jobs. And that's not a small number. Obviously, a lot of them are just seeing what's possible. It's a 2-3 day hackathon, but a lot of them are also considering full-time and thinking about what they might be able to do. Do you have any advice for people who are sort of thinking about getting into Web3, kind of comparing this with your transition, or anything you want to think about for how they should think about building businesses here? What would you kind of tell them?
Yeah, well, first of all, you should come work at Fractal. So, Fractal.is, you hit me on my Twitter DMs. But seriously, if you're not working on Web3 yet, I just like don't know what you're doing. I mean, it's like very obvious to me that this is the most exciting part of the internet. I think there's a lot of innovation. Like when I started on Web2, it was like, it was like we were redefining like defining how people would interact socially on the internet back in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, and now it's like it's being defined how people will regard value on the internet, and that's pretty cool. Like it's a place where you can experiment and see what happens. And then there's obviously all these like financial motivations to do it as well. But like, I think for me, I'm someone who's always primarily followed my curiosity, and that's why I'm excited about Web3. So, I would do it for sure. And then just like, it's a great time to get started. There's plenty of companies to work for, lots of different places to innovate. I think one good area to look is like, what are the markets that will be disrupted by distributing the value to a large group of people. That's kind of how I was thinking about it when I kind of came up with Fractal. So yeah, good luck.
Awesome. Well, Justin, thank you so much for your time, and really appreciate this.
Amazing. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. And with that, we are ready for our next talk. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Matthew Ball and Jonathan Glick to come on and have this amazing chat about what is happening with Metaverse around here. I want to quickly do a brief introduction, and I'll let Jonathan take over from there. But Matthew Ball, he's the CEO of Polygon, and it's a Metaverse-focused holding company which invests and advises in seed to late stage growth companies. And he also created Roundhill Ball Metaverse ETF in collaboration with Jonathan. And Jonathan invests in the intersection of Metaverse and public protocols. And he's also an advisor to many of the world's largest media companies, sport leagues, and blockchains. So Jonathan, Matthew, welcome. And I'll let you take off and tell us what you're excited about.
Hi, everybody. I'm Matt. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
How are you?
I'm good. Okay, so we're here to talk about the Metaverse, and so let's first thank our hosts and thank Kartik for having us, so we can have this enjoyable conversation. But with that out of the way, why don't you give us your understanding of what the Metaverse is and why it matters?
Sure. So I'll start with why it matters in the economic sense, then I'll move into the societal, and then we'll move into the topic at hand. The first and foremost anchoring is to understand it as a successor state to today's computing and networking paradigm and conventions. We've had three antecedent waves. The first was the rise of mainframe computing and networking in the 1950s through the late 1970s, succeeded by personal computing and the coincident rise of TCP/IP, or the Internet Protocol Suite, succeeded, of course, by the era we're in right now, mobile and cloud, for which the social giants, or Web 2 as we broadly describe it, ruled. We're now at the advent of the Metaverse. I typically describe it as the following: a massively scaled and interoperable network of real-time rendered 3D virtual worlds, which can be experienced synchronously and persistently by effectively everyone online, while supporting, and this is key to the interoperability element, continuity of data such as objects, identity, payments, and history. Why does it matter? Well, from an economic perspective, we can understand that every single time we've had this networking and computing shift, we've seen massive value transformation. We've also seen the digital economy grow. Those two things lead the opportunity for new companies, but also for users, for developers, for consumers, for voters and governments to actually change how society is organized, which companies rule, but also the principles. And so right now we're seeing this concurrent wave of decentralization while we see this shift towards the Metaverse. And that's actually where so many are excited about the idea that it's not just new technology. It's not just open source or uncontrolled technology. It's an opportunity for everyone to say things can be different. We can be more involved. Our rights, our data ownership can be better.
Thank you. So, as you said, the era that we're in now, and we're, I suppose, leaving in as we progress towards the Metaverse, is one that, among other things, was led by social media and social networks. To what extent are social networks like the Metaverse? Are they the parents of the Metaverse, cousins too? How will social networks and the Metaverse coexist, or will one replace the other?
I think there's a few different ways to think about this. Number one is, when it comes to social interactions online, we've seen this progression towards the Metaverse across the last several decades. In the 1980s and 1990s, when you and I first started using the internet, of course, how did we interact online? We interacted via a username or an email address, by typing in text. It was an asynchronous experience. Every time that computer memory or broadband or latency improved, we started moving to more featured, more media-rich forms of interaction. At first, that was just having a website, then it was a weblog, then it was a social media page. then shifting towards UGC video or constant streams of relatively high definition content. That's your TikTok or your Instagram stories. Online interaction really underpins most of what we do online, but then critically, as those opportunities have expanded, we see that UGC, or that content which is built on top of these applications and underlying technologies, is paramount. Most of the social networking content is not created by the platform, not endorsed by it. And of course, we saw news yesterday that YouTube yet again is generating more ad revenue from UGC content with a wide distribution than Netflix or Disney have. And so in many regards, we can think of social networks as that antecedent towards where we're going, but it's also very clear that digital communities, especially those organic, scrappy, often strange ones, and then video game communities and collectives, a lot of what we see in Discord today, still chat-based and audio-based, are at least the more spiritual antecedents towards this next generation metaverse. But we should think about it as community evolving, changing, adding more functionality, and in particular, collectivizing in unique ways, in this instance around the aggregation of capital.
So with that in mind, and perhaps in the context of yesterday's Facebook results, do you think it's likely that social networks have an advantage in the metaverse? Will they be able to port their social graph and their rich data into the metaverse to have an enduring benefit there?
Well, so let's talk about two things about the Meta Platforms announcement that actually validates their shift and refocus on the metaverse. Number one is they identified that there was going to be a $10 billion operating cash flow hit this year as a result of Apple's ATT policy shifts. That's not unique to Apple. Snapchat has lost roughly 70% of its market cap. That's a good example of why people don't like the gatekeepers. Many don't like Facebook, but we're seeing the 7th largest company on Earth lose 10 billion in 1 year due to the policy changes of a dominant platform, one that happens 14 years after said platform was announced. The other thing that we saw was the first ever decline in their users. Mark has previously said that the primary problem is not decreasing engagement of Facebook products from generations such as you and I, but in fact, non-engagement from younger generations. We know where younger Gen Z, Gen Alpha users are. They're on Roblox, they're on Discord. And so the challenges that Meta Platforms are encountering is exactly inclined to why he's focused on the metaverse and why he's focused on his own hardware platforms. Avoid gatekeeping and go to where the audience is. It's doubtlessly true that Meta Platforms has extraordinary advantages, still 50 billion per year in operating cash flow. They're investing 12 billion a year in hardware. Any platform with 3 billion MAUs, 2 billion DAUs, and the dominant destination online has their advantages. But what's important here is we've seen this story before. Microsoft released their Internet Tidal Wave memo in 1995, reiterated it in 1998. They were first to market in mobile. They believed in the internet, they believed in mobile, and yet they were supplanted in most online services in the web browser and destroyed in mobile, shutting down in 2012 or 2014. Why? Because resources and conviction are not enough. You have to have the right premises. And most importantly, you have to be able to attract developers and users. That was the primary problem with Microsoft, not just the bet on the fact that mobile phones would be the secondary, not primary device, that you would generate money from licensing your operating system rather than software distribution, not that they just bet on physical keyboards rather than touchscreens, not just that they bet on businesses, not consumer users. It's that they fundamentally could not attract developers to their platform. And thus it was like an empty mall. And so I think we can see a lot of validation in Mark's approach and Meta Platforms, but we've seen this before. If you can't get developers, you cannot get users. And that identity system that they have doesn't generate the content and doesn't attract the developers in and of itself.
So on that and connected to this role that Apple has played in changing the nature of the ad ecosystem, should we understand Apple as a hindrance to the development of the metaverse, or are they perhaps an accelerator?
It's an interesting question. And look, there is to some extent a false distinction between centralization and decentralization, of vertical integration and control versus disaggregation. It's very obvious that were it not for Apple in 2007, with its tight integration of software and hardware distribution and payments, the mobile ecosystem today would be smaller than it is. It would be less lucrative. The challenge is, of course, how things change over time. Right now, it's obvious that in a number of different ways, Apple is curbing the growth of the digital economy, not necessarily in just bad ways, but certainly in ways that protect their hegemony. We see this in their ability to control certain technologies, certain business models. The take rates are obviously absurd, and there's just no compatibility with the NFT ecosystem and their in-app billing policy. The fact that they say that you can purchase Bitcoin in Robinhood, but you can't purchase an NFT is absurd. The fact that they're arguing that a cryptocurrency versus a token behind a JPEG is a meaningful differentiation is obviously absurd. And of course, were we to fractionalize an NFT into many tokens that are fungible, they somehow represent exactly the reason why Bitcoin or Ethereum can be purchased in Robinhood, and yet they're blocked because they're seen to be competitive with the App Store. Again, every platform has the right to choose what they want, but right now their control and influence is so great that they can shape the rest of the world. I think if there's one reason to be encouraged by the communities and organizations we're seeing right now, it's that there are so many users who are saying, that's fine. You're saying I can't have a native application that runs on the blockchain or uses NFT. I'd rather have a more primitive browser-based experience that does have the values than a more graphically rendered one that is curved, where the 30% take rate goes to Apple. So I think we're seeing these natural economic effects of bad policies will eventually come to harm, or at least come to change that policy.
Some of the sharpest critics of Apple's gatekeeping role have been video game companies like Epic's Fortnite. What percentage of the metaverse do you think will be video game-like experiences?
It's a good question. If we're talking about virtual communities and in particular real-time rendered experiences, then it's very obvious that to the extent in which we'd say the metaverse looks like something that came before it, it will look very much like the video game world. I think one of the reasons why that's important is, let's think about one of the primary differences between social media and games. Social media is designed from an algorithmic perspective to sustain engagement. The goal of the 15th minute on YouTube is to earn the 16th minute. It's to earn the 17th minute thereafter. It's actually one of the reasons why many of us use social networks and don't feel good about it, but we're still stuck doing so. Why do we use games? Well, we don't play a game because we feel bad. We only play it because we feel good. It's in the name. And so one of the reasons why gaming companies seem to be so foundational is because the technology, real-time rendering, virtual communities, virtual worlds, and virtual spaces are so obviously the precursor. But the second is design and culture principle. They create places we want to be, not feedback loops that keep us addicted.
So what do you think the potential is for the blockchain in video game spaces? Because presumably that tells us at least something about the connection that the blockchain will have to the future of the metaverse.
I think we can think about it in three ways, or at least that's the way that I do. First of all is the DAO and smart contract structure. And that has two subcomponents. One is to recognize that every time we have a massive leap in the ability to congregate, aggregate, share, and pool resources, however you want to define it, time, attention, spend, computing resources, we tend to see revolution. And the more efficient that is, the more efficient and healthy and dynamic the economy is. The second component of that is to recognize that if we ever need to contend to the multi-trillion-dollar power of large corporations, we need to do that in a manner that actually draws upon the collectively greater value and resources of the users and developers and communities. That's a really important part. The second thing that we can understand here is the way in which at least the principles that we're seeing in the blockchain are educating and inspiring the rest of the ecosystem. There has long been this question, do people want virtual good ownership rights? Do they want the ability to trade? Do they want the ability to take it from A to B? Those have been open questions. And one of the problems is, even if you believe the answer was yes, you had to convince others and you had to invest to achieve that. irrespective of the degree of speculation, it's inarguable that we have seen that those user rights, plus the confidence that when you're told you own something, you do own something, has led the rest of the gaming ecosystem to understand that those things are valuable. More importantly, understand that those values are good for everyone in the ecosystem. And so in that regard, blockchain is an important illuminator. The third is the way in which it starts to solve that from a technical perspective. Again, this has two subcomponents. One is, as we see more and more companies hooking into NFTs or cryptocurrencies, we start to achieve a common technology and standard to facilitate exactly what I just mentioned. Before I was talking about the philosophy and design principles, now we're talking about the technical solution. The second component is to understand that one of the reasons why so many have been fearful of interoperation is the belief that their economies will crash. That's still tricky. I mean, look, we're decades into globalization. We still don't exactly know how to onboard a different market or given protection or to unwind. But the fact that we can use smart contracts, that we have trustless arrangements that cost very little helps. The fact that someone can produce an asset for their game and then continue to benefit from its use or sale after, even outside of their ecosystem, gives all potential market participants a belief that if they opt into this system, they won't be the loser. In fact, they'll continue to benefit as the product they created produces benefit. And so we see really three different things: the users empowered, the philosophy being affected, and then the technical solution. Of course, we are very far from having that technical solution sufficient. Of course, most files aren't stored on the blockchain. The fact that you have an asset there does not mean that all of the necessary data to use that asset in a 3D environment or even a 2D environment are there. But with progress in consumer demand, we start to solve those problems in time. But most importantly, it's the philosophy that's going to matter.
Why do you think that so much of the video game user community has been so hostile to NFTs? Do you think that opinion will be enduring? And what does that tell us about the role that existing video game communities might have in the metaverse if it's based on blockchain principles?
Three answers. Number one is the gaming community has always been a particularly vocal and engaged community. And so that naturally means that they're more skeptical, they're more vocal than you just see in other categories. We don't see movie fans get as upset. And part of that is just habitual. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way to criticize the gaming community. In fact, the gaming community has been very successful at changing policies that have been excessive in the microtransaction space. We just went through a decade of excessive microtransactions and loot boxes. And it's no surprise that as we see the rush to NFT, they're saying at minimum, do not want it. And at maximum, or at maximum, do not want it. And at minimum, please slow it down. This connects to the second thing, which is I have never before seen such a rush from major publishers to say we're doing this and here's the financial return before justifying it, earning it from any product standpoint. You have to start with a community. You have to start with value. You didn't see Dapper Labs telling people that, hey, Top Shots are on blockchain and therefore it's valuable. Stop doing this old thing. This is a better revenue model. They just made a good product. I'm not going to say that the gaming community is ever going to be excited about NFTs, but as with microtransactions, live services, and subscriptions, start with the product, earn trust. Don't offer it as a thing to shareholders that will generate greater revenues. And don't tell users all of a sudden you should play this game so that you can generate an income. Start from something fun and playable. And then the third thing is also cultural. Look, the gaming community has existed for decades. It's relatively recent that they were anything other than looked down upon and ignored. And so it's no surprise that people for whom gaming is close to their identity, myself included, who now see this influx of Wall Street, of the large mutual funds rushing into cryptocurrency, then the CEOs releasing memos to shareholders saying, we're going to increase revenue by selling things to these users, simultaneously seeing M&A of their long beloved studios and publishers going to tech companies to build multi-trillion-dollar mousetraps. I totally get it. It feels invasive often, and that exacerbates the aforementioned problem of starting revenue first, not product or experience first.
A lot of the criticisms, both from the community and from other external analysts, have centered on the concept of play to earn. The notion that you could play games and make money from them. Where crypto games have been really successful, that seems to have been a component. And it's inarguably part of the criticism that you hear from gamers that sounds like work and isn't a game anymore. You're an investor, you invest in video games. Do you invest in play to earn?
I haven't invested in any games that I would consider to be play to earn. I think play and earn, which is an increasingly popular distinction, can be viable, but we have to start from a few premises. First and foremost, look, you and I have discussed this before. It was no surprise to me when Axie Infinity started going to sub-subsistence and sub-average wages. Why? Because this is the nature of any competitive market. There is a belief that pure play to earn games on average will always offer less than minimum wage and average wages. Why? Because you have absolute mobility of laborers, you have no fixed cost in the sense that you don't need an office, and the onboarding is immediate. You don't need to fill out paperwork. Naturally, the loss of all barriers, or the reduction of all barriers, will result in more competition. And so that doesn't surprise me. And of course, financially, I probably should have made more bets than I did. But ultimately, we have to think of it in the following. Mechanisms which reward people for the provision of anything valuable is important. And we don't typically have that in virtual worlds. The ability to design a game around work-like incentives is actually distinct from whether or not something that someone does or earns or builds in a game has value. No one debates that developers who add something in Roblox should be compensated. I think the distinction is when the game is based around income, and when the purpose of, or the value created and extracted comes from the uncovering of code that was deliberately buried. That actually does not produce much value, but we're seeing a lot of companies that are saying, look, can we use tokens or other incentives that say, Jonathan, when you host something, when you build something, when you create something, when you contribute to something, when you organize, when you design, or perhaps when you sell something you earn through your success and play, that produces income. That all makes sense. Why? Because we're saying there is genuine value that's created. And so finding this is going to take time. Discovering automatically a new economic model that uses marginal cost without suffering from the marginal addition of labor is going to take time.
So you've written a lot about this topic of, what the ingredients of a successful entertainment business are, and what gives entertainment companies, lasting advantages. As we look towards the metaverse, and as we examine the successes and failures we've had so far with the blockchain, what do you look for in an entertainment or media company that is optimizing itself for that future?
It's a great question, and we've seen versions of this repeat several times. At a basic level, I always focus on this idea of love, which is intangible, but you should think about it as the operating leverage for a business. Simply put, it doesn't cost you any more to make something that someone loves, but the more that they love it, the more that they spend on it. It's the difference between telling your daughter an Elsa dress at $40 is too much and recognizing that your daughter just truly needs that Elsa dress. That can come from high quality creative, but it also comes from the engagement of the audience. It's the reason why going to Disneyland is so impactful. Nothing compares to a child being hugged by their heroes, but it also connects to whether or not a community feels invested, feels heard, and is a contributor. Around the world, but in particular in Asia and Southeast Asia, we have seen intellectual property owners a lot more invested in their community and a lot more liberal with whether or not the community members and independent storytellers can use that IP to tell stories and be paid for it. And so when you see, I think they announced that WME or CAA was now representing some Bored Apes, when you see that that's starting to be used in intellectual property, I'm not a believer that we're going to see crypto native entertainment franchises reign supreme, but we are going to see some sort of structure through which all entertainment companies say, we have to focus more on what the audience wants to do, what they own, how they use our intellectual property. They have to be heard. And most importantly, we need to find a way to compensate them for creating value, for driving more love, and for wanting to be involved storytellers. You and I grew up imagining fantasy tales. We couldn't share them with anyone. No one benefited from that. We now have those structures.
So directly following on that, what advice would you give to developers, dreamers who are fascinated by the unique affordances of the metaverse and of the blockchain and want to build something amazing for the future? What advice would you give them?
The biggest challenge that I see right now is, not altogether dissimilar from the play to earn element, which is most of the most famous franchises today began as very pulpy, inexpensive mediums that everyone participated in. One of the challenges with the fluidity of the blockchain ecosystem right now is frankly that the most valuable things go to either the people who are first or the people who have the most money to be able to come in late. That's actually not a good system for community-based storytelling. We should not separate the community as in a vocal group of Discord members who are among the 4,000 who own a PFP collection. IP is actually a very, very broadly distributed idea. It has to reach millions. And so this question of how do you actually cultivate a community that has value, that recognizes the extraordinary contributions and value of a given NFT or PFP, while making sure that it's within reach of the average person, is the big challenge here. What we see is, in effect, a new version of the oldest problem, which is when do you prioritize revenue maximization versus reach? It's typically reach that precedes revenue maximization, but there's always an inclination towards revenue before reach. If you take a look at the primary challenge that most sports leagues have gotten themselves into, it's that all of the tickets go to the wealthiest buyers. And that actually is not a good way to sustain or build up generational love. It's certainly not a good way to be a mass media product. It's good in the short term, but if the average person can't participate, they can't share it with their friends, their family, their parents, or their kids. I think that's going to be the big tension now. It's also why you see the large IP owners, for good or for worse, trying to take a more democratic approach to PFPs and NFTs. They may not understand the dynamics of the community nearly as well as those who are native to it. That's doubtlessly true. But they're a lot less focused on how high things can go, or even how in control market dynamics are of bid versus ask.
This is great. Thank you, Matt. Kartik?
Yeah, I know we're at time. We have a couple of questions in the audience, but I'll just pick one that encompasses a collection of a couple of the other ones. And so the question is around just gatekeeping overall. You've already kind of covered Apple here, but are we fundamentally submitting to the fact that this whole dream doesn't become a reality unless the hardware manufacturers are bought in and they are agreeing to this thing? Or do we just see verticalization on everybody's going to come up with their own devices and maybe we'll just have a fragmented world? And just what happens in that scenario?
It's starting to change. Look, you can install some blockchain-based applications on Android. Obviously, we can do that on PC. Sandbox is not struggling despite the fact it's not distributed on smartphones. The Oculus suite is fairly open. It's using WebXR and OpenXR. Facebook has committed to keeping that open. That can change at any point, but it is open. More recently, Microsoft announced that you would be able to use its web browser to stream from Google Stadia and from Amazon's Luna, among others, without using the Xbox Live Player Network or the Xbox Store. You can use blockchain and crypto-based games. So we are seeing some progress to openness. I'm mostly hopeful that we're going to see regulators start to unbundle the App Store. That seems inevitable. It's a question of to what degree and when. And so I'm hopeful, but look, ultimately, these are rational businesses. The larger the blockchain economy, the more fervent the economy is,
right,
the more we'll see change over time.
Sounds perfect. I absolutely agree. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you so much to both of you for making this amazing conversation happen. And Jonathan, really appreciate you to moderate it.
See you, everyone.
See ya. Thanks. And with that, we are ready for our next amazing panel. And this one is about just the state of Web3 developer tooling. And joining me will be Austin Griffith from the Ethereum Foundation and Nader David who is the lead developer relationship person from Edge and Node and the Graph. I did a pretty bad job at introducing you both because I want to kind of give you that option. So we'll kind of start with Austin, and Austin would love to kind of hear more about who you are, what you do, and sort of how you got into the space.
Sure. Yeah, got into this space building. I am a tool builder. I love building things and making them very forkable for other people to build. I love seeing weird forks of my things in production, right? So I work for the Ethereum Foundation, thinking about developer onboarding, thinking about how we scale it up to all these new developers coming out. And I'm here to learn and build and rap with you guys about Web3 and tooling.
Awesome. Yeah. So I would say one of the reasons that I'm here is because of Austin. When I started learning about Web3 and how to kind of to create dApps as a developer, the first person's name that came up was Austin. So I started diving into some of his tutorials and then started creating my own tutorials. So I got into Web3 after being a traditional software engineer and developer relations, developer advocate at AWS, writing code for about 9.5 years. And then got really infatuated with Web3 and have decided to kind of take the plunge and having the best time of my life so far.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that you were able to share that here with Austin being on the other side there. So the context for this chat is essentially this event is one of the biggest ones we've ever done. Actually, it is the biggest event we've ever done. And we have over 1,200 people participating, and about 70% of them are coming in from Web2 to Web3 for the first time. And that is an incredible metric from even kind of what we see usually for all of our events. And not only that, it's not just that people are learning about programming, it's they're seasoned Web2 developers who are actually in writing have told, okay, we're considering leaving our jobs, or trying to do something here in this space. And I think that's an opportunity for me to kind of try something out for a weekend. And that sets up a pretty interesting base because while somebody can be really good and seasoned in programming, there are obviously a lot of gotchas when you kind of get into Web3. And sadly, the route of learning those gotchas after it's too late is not a really acceptable route for too long, at least. But the thing we wanted to do here was talk about sort of what you've seen yourself over the past few years as you've transitioned, and sort of anywhere from observations to things you've noticed that you kind of thought were things that you could either unlearn or kind of relearn or just adapt to from the Web2 to Web3 side. So I'll kind of start off with an actual specific question, which is, as you kind of interact with a lot more people who are pinging you, or you're designing any of the tutorials or any information from or content from, what are some patterns that you notice that anyone coming from Web2 to Web3 sort of falls into as they're going into this? And maybe we can start with Nader here.
I think one of the things that I can kind of speak to from myself is that I kind of tried to take my ideas and my experience from Web2 and apply those directly to Web3. And I think that was the first, I wouldn't say mistake, but like in hindsight, I would have probably tried to understand all the tooling and the different protocols and the primitives that we have that are just different, and you can't really apply all of those same ideas to Web3. Instead, I think we have like some of the same, we can do some of the same stuff, but we now have new things that we can do, and there are certain things we can't yet do. So therefore, we can kind of like maybe rebuild some of the same types of applications that we're used to building in Web2, but maybe not all of them today at least. But we have these new things that we can do. So to me, it kind of feels like more of an extension of my skill set that I can now apply and kind of build more things, as opposed to like a replacement of my existing skill set. And I think that might be a good way to kind of frame it for developers that are like in Web2. Like you can still do all of the things that you used to be able to do. That's the great thing. You're kind of like taking all of that knowledge and all those skills that you had and all those opportunities, and you're just now creating more opportunity. And you're now able to kind of build out new types of applications in addition to what you have. And you're just kind of like now creating more synergy in the knowledge that you have. And it kind of just opens up a lot of doors.
I want to talk about like, that's a perfect like +1, like almost all of your skills are going to translate right into Web3 from Web2. It's not like our troop versus your troop kind of thing, right? The place to like dive in here is sometimes like people use it as like a slow asynchronous database at first, right? You see first smart contracts from most developers after they get the syntax and get it down, and it's like arrays of structs, and they're using it like they think that like they're storing everything in these giant arrays, first name, last name, let's write it all on chain. And so that's one of the first like gotchas that you have to get over, is like, be careful what you're putting on chain. Understand that you're like making all the thousands of the nodes on the network all have to update that value and keep that value. It's like a crazy amount of redundancy compared to your read replica of Web 2. But other gotchas we should probably dive into are just like big numbers and way versus ETH, and the things that like you didn't expect to happen. It's like, oh yeah, I can't use a floating point here. I have to use a numerator and a denominator in this solidity, because that EVM is this super simple thing that needs to execute this stuff. Like there's reasons for these trade-offs that we get ourselves stuck in.
No, I absolutely agree. I think, Nader, I think it's a really good framework that you just kind of laid out, and I never thought about that until you just said it, which is, if you are learning a different programming language, you usually have, or even a web framework, you have like, oh, I can do this to-do list app usually in Ruby, and let me try to learn Python or Flask, and I can just clone that. I know exactly what to expect, because what I'm learning is actually syntax and not necessarily under the hood changes on how things are in a way compiled or executed. But here, it's a lot of those principles are still applicable. However, you are fundamentally kind of restacking which layers are actually mutable versus immutable. And that changes a little bit of things. So you can't just clone and try something directly. Hey, I'm going to make a crypto version of some app that I already know. And if you try to do so, you have to make really specific trade-offs, which become like known at the 10% remaining mark and not the 90% upfront work that you do. And that sort of confuses a lot of people. And that's kind of what we see a lot as we kind of do a lot of our hackathons. So maybe my first question is, when somebody kind of does that or comes to you from kind of that background, what are resources that you point them to anywhere from get up to date on sort of how to think about coding, anyone from smart contracts to designing Web3 apps, or to actually stay up to date, given how fast the space is evolving? What's the answer when somebody wants to learn more?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's a combination of a couple of things. One of the things that I always obviously just recommend people doing is just building stuff, going and finding tutorials out there, like Austin Griffith's speed run. I have the complete guide to full stack Ethereum development. There's literally probably dozens of high quality tutorials like that. So like when you start building with these things, you start, if you are a developer, you start kind of realizing some of these limitations maybe, and you also start seeing the new paradigms that are there. So that's one thing I would do, just start building and start playing around with different things. Another thing, like I tried to address recently in a blog post called Defining the Web3 Stack, goes into specifically the answer to this question, like what is the Web3 stack? What are the trade-offs? What can you do? What can you not do? And I really tried to go into depth around my interpretation of that. So yeah, those are two recommendations. I would love to hear Austin's ideas here as someone a little more senior.
Plus one. Now, also we should shout out Patrick's like 16-hour tutorials that he's been putting out too, right? There's a handful of great ones there too.
So maybe
plus one speed run. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Kartik.
No, I was just going to say, Nader, maybe it's worth sort of going a bit deeper into that blog post. So would you mind kind of going over what you talked about and sort of what are specific recommendations from there?
Yeah, so essentially when I was, again, kind of going back when I started learning all this stuff, I was taking all of the ideas and all of the experience I had and thinking about the Web3 in that way. And I think not only me, but a lot of developers, once you've kind of gotten used to building an application using the things that we have available to us. As a full stack developer, we kind of have a front end, and then we have these back end primitives, and then kind of using all of these together, we can build out 95% of the applications that we need. So the Web 2 stack is what I would call that. Like, what does that mean exactly? Well, typically it's kind of like a database, a server, some type of execution layer, to talk to your database, a file storage system. So something like Amazon S3 would allow you to store videos, images, and things like that. And then you would have something like a front end, which would be either a mobile client or a web client. And that's kind of it. I would say, like, using those things, you can actually build out so like a Twitter clone or an Instagram clone, or like, almost any application you can think of. And then the extra 5 or 10% is going to differentiate, depending on the app that you're building. You might need a machine learning API, or you might need something like notifications or whatever. So what does that stack look like in Web3? And that's kind of what I tried to break down in that blog post. And the main differences are, like, we have a lot of these same primitives. So we have the API layer, we have the authentication layer, we have the quote unquote like database, which is a little different, or a lot different, I would say. That's kind of one of the main differences, is like, how do we think about data? We have the front end, you could still kind of transfer all of that knowledge. And mainly it comes down to kind of like, what does the back end kind of look like at this point, since the front end is essentially transferable. And the new primitive that we have is the blockchain. So we never really dealt with that if you're coming into this space. You have the blockchain development environment. So this is really, really important from a developer tooling perspective. If you are a developer and you've been building with something like AWS, you have things like CDK, you have things like Amplify. If you're using, something like Supabase or one of these other managed services, they come with all this great tooling. And I think that we're starting to see some really great tooling now in Web3 with things like Foundry. We have obviously Brownie, and Hard Hat is really, really great. Hard Hat is like kind of what helped me get going. So, you have your blockchain development environment, you have your chain, you have the file storage, which, in Web 2 would be something like S3, but in Web 3, that's something like IPFS or Arweave. And that is going to be a lot different than what we're used to. Like, we're used to paying a very, very small price for storage. And it's kind of like centralized, and obviously it can go down or whatever. And then in Web 3, we have kind of like two main primitives for file storage. Like IPFS, you can save stuff there and it's free, but you can't always say, okay, that's going to always be available forever.
Yeah.
So yeah, Arweave seems really interesting to me, because it kind of offers this permanent storage layer where you kind of pay a single transaction cost, and based on what the protocol tells you, it will be available 10 or 15 or 20 years from now, theoretically, which is super interesting to me. And then really the other two areas would be the API layer and the identity layer, which is kind of really, you could go into those for a whole episode if you wanted to. But the API layer would be something like an RPC endpoint, or something like the Graph protocol, which allows you to kind of index and serve data via some GraphQL endpoint.
That was extremely comprehensive, and that's awesome. And I'll kind of keep it fair and give Austin a chance to talk about sort of the motivation for doing Speedrun Ethereum, what it is, how you kind of got to it, and what are your plans?
Word. Yeah, no. So Speedrun Ethereum is about getting that mental model. Sort of, it's pretty easy to pick up the syntax, right? Like Solidity is pretty easy for if you're a Web2 developer, you'll pick up the syntax in no time, and you'll feel like you're at the top of the Dunning-Kruger. But you have to go down and into the valley of despair and learn all the different things. Just like Nader said, you have to build things over and over again and ship them things out in public in front of people. So hopefully Speedrun Ethereum gives you a chance to like build up your Web3 profile and get the mental model of what kind of things we can build on Ethereum and what kind of things we can't. What he was talking about IPFS, like it's immutable and it's decentralized, so it's really hard to build, right? Some of this stuff is super difficult. Going back to Speedrun, or going back to sign in with Ethereum, learning the mnemonic and learning your key pair is hard for a first-time user. But once you have that, then your identity and your inventory follows you from app to app, and that's a new thing in Web3, and it's kind of emerging right now of what that even looks like. So yeah, I don't know, bouncing around a little bit, but as a builder on Web3, there's a lot of fun things to look out for that kind of come along with this new paradigm that we're dealing with.
That's awesome. And I'm just impressed with the live chat here, because they're like 10 seconds away from just posting the link of everything you're referring to for everybody else to do. So before I could even check, there's a list of every article you talked about, the 16-hour video, all of the blog posts, Speedrun. It's incredible. So thank you for doing this, everybody. And well, I also want to cover toolings in general, but I sort of asked a version of this question earlier, but I want to be really specific, or see if we can get into specifics, which is what do you think people get most stuck from kind of your experience? And this is kind of commenting on specifically Web2 devs that are trying smart contracts. Any kind of catch-all or very common patterns or trends you've noticed, and kind of what are those things where everybody's sort of blocked in most cases? Maybe Austin, given your experience.
Tutorial hell, right? Like a lot of people get stuck in tutorial hell of like, there's so many tutorials, there's so much material out here. What is the next thing I should build? And I'll paste a Twitter thread that I have where it's just like, all right, you've got the basics, you finished the first challenges, you're stuck, what's next? And it's like, you know, build yourself an indexer and learn how that kind of stuff works. Like each of these like little places to explore is like a whole, like a multi-sig leads to a DAO, leads to building these new like DAO tooling mechanisms, a DEX, like learning how to trade things. So yeah, I'll paste a link in of a good kind of next steps, but I want to hear Natter's answer too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that he said. You know, you kind of start learning this stuff, and it's the same thing with Web 2. If you don't actually take some of those ideas and try to build something and expand the knowledge that you have learned and then actually write some code, you just won't get anywhere. So definitely start building before you feel like you're ready, because like that's the perfect time. Obviously, you need to have somewhere to start from. So like do a couple tutorials for sure, but like at some point, just say, okay, that's it. I'm going to go build an app. And there's a handful of good starter applications, you know, that are like quote unquote like Web3, like a token exchange is a good example. He mentioned like, would you say like a token gating or something like that?
Oh yeah, token gating. That's a whole other thing. Yeah, for sure.
NFT marketplace is a great one. Obviously, just the hello world. Yeah, just try to build all this stuff and then maybe take someone's tutorial and then extend that and add functionality, and then you'll run into a lot of areas that you'll, but like, so there's that. And then the other thing would be, again, a lot of times coming from Web2, you try to kind of apply the ideas that you have directly. And let's say I want to build out a Web3 version of something I'm used to doing. So for instance, if I wanted to build like a Twitter version, Twitter on Web3, you know, you will definitely run into a lot of challenges because we don't really have the tooling available today to build something that is that good as far as the user experience is concerned. You have to have right now, unfortunately, points of centralization there. So like you can obviously store messages in something like IPFS or Ceramic, but how do you actually do the queries, and how do you do notifications, and how do you do like private messages, all this stuff? Like all this stuff is possible, but we're not quite there yet to make it easily available for most developers to do. So in Web 2, we have really, really great solutions that are out there that kind of abstract away all this complexity, things like Supabase, things like Amplify, and things like Vercel, but we don't really have that quite yet. And I think that's what we're going to be building over the next few years.
That leads perfectly into my next question, which was just giving a kind of comment around what's happening with tooling, right? So I think what you just said is definitely true, but I feel like that's a one layer up on the tooling side, because that's on it largely like manages the destination and the interface to code. But when you look at developer tooling, obviously we've seen the evolution from how kind of Truffle to where we are with Hard Hat now. But do you think there's anything still missing, like, or what can still be made better? Like if we just leave that open-ended, what can be improved on developing smart contracts?
Optimistically, I just want to say that like developer tooling is so much better than it was a few years ago. Like it's pretty damn smooth.
We have this conversation every year, Austin.
Yes. Yeah, I keep saying it's good. So I would say that like one of the things that might have been missing a year ago might have been more like templates, and it's not the layer of tooling like Hard Hat. You've got Hard Hat, you can do all this cool stuff. It's the, you know, if I want to build an NFT marketplace, am I going to start from complete scratch here? Am I going to have to build my own indexer? Like what things are available generically that I can grab off the shelf and just plug in here first? And so that's probably what I should have said last year. I don't know what I should, I wish I could see into the future to tell you what I should say right now, but I don't know exactly what's missing with tooling. I think tooling's pretty good, but obviously like UX can get so much better. Error messages. Every year I probably curse error messages, right? Like not enough gas and the error message is like this big. And it's like right in there somewhere is the actual error that the user needs to understand, but it's buried. So error messages, how about that?
Yeah, for me, it would be kind of like the development environment for working on a EVM compatible chain is really great right now. Hard hat is just amazing. Like if you pick that up from Web 2, it will feel very, very natural because like everything's well documented, everything just works. You're using like Node.js and you're using CLIs and stuff. It feels really great. But I would say there are a lot of areas that, for instance, documentation and a lot of the other tooling. So ETHGlobal and Web3.js are kind of like the two main used libraries. And they're both really, really great and just work really great. But I would feel like that the documentation on both of those could be more approachable for Web 2 developers. If I go in and read that, like now after having experience, I still don't know everything, but I can at least find my way through it. But when I first looked at that stuff, I didn't even understand how to do anything at all. Like I could literally read all that doc and there's no example to kind of like show me what to do with all that stuff. So I had to go watch videos like Austin's and stuff like that would actually show me, oh, okay, this is how you use it. I think we could use more polished and documentation with more like end-to-end tutorials within or examples in there. So like not only showing the API interface, but also showing how you would actually use that because there's a lot of assumptions that you just don't understand.
This is a really good first step though, in terms of if you're a Web 2 developer and you're just getting in, go grab Ethers and learn about providers and signers and wallets. Just like get them and understand them. Providers are like your connection, signers are like your sign in the transaction, and wallets are like your kind of your mnemonic where you kind of generate those private keys. Learn those things, build a simple script that just like, I don't know, like it's a wallet and you send money to it and when money lands there, it sends it on to something else. Like build a simple script, no front end, nothing like that, just that does that. And that's such a good entry point to kind of get the mental model of providers and signers, and eventually you'll build a full scale app that uses those same things, but just that simple little script is a lot to get you through the door.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, Ned, I think it's a pretty good segue into maybe you talking about developer DAO, and you kind of talked about all these things. Would love to hear about sort of what sparked that and kind of what happens there.
Yeah, I mean,
an army of developers.
There's a bunch of cool DAOs out there right now that are doing similar stuff, and I would love to touch on like a handful of other ones as well. But with developer DAO, it was kind of like I just started diving into DAOs that month. You know, I really just started to understand them. I joined Friends with Benefits and saw what was going on there and the excitement around some of that. And I had seen the communities that were building around NFTs, and I realized, okay, like there's a lot of overlap between NFTs and communities and DAOs. Like there isn't a clear distinction between what each of these is. So Loot Project dropped that week, and I realized like this is a very forkable contract because all it was just SVG, and I wasn't an expert smart contract developer, but I knew how to read a contract and how to kind of like update it. So I was like, oh, this is a cool opportunity for me to deploy my first smart contract. So I forked Loot. I updated the properties. It was just a bunch of arrays of properties. And instead of using, you know, the robe and the sword, I was using like developer characteristics. I am a developer that lives in Austin, Texas, and I write Python and I'm wearing a black hoodie. Like that would be the items in those arrays. And I was like, okay, so what can I do with this contract? Oh, let's create a DAO. There isn't a DAO that's focused for developers right now that I knew of. There was Friends with Benefits that had a developers channel, but that channel was not active at all. So I thought it'd be cool just to have that. And I just launched the contract, tweeted it out, and kind of left it alone for about a month or two. And the community actually together formed around it, created the Discord, created the token gating, created the forum and all the mechanisms around governance. And I luckily just got pulled along for the ride, and I'm still definitely a huge I'm a contributor, but I wouldn't consider myself one of the main people that's actually doing the work. The community is there doing the cool stuff. I feel fortunate enough to kind of like come along for that ride. We haven't created a ton of, we're not trying to be like, I feel like there's too much stuff around investment and money and stuff in Web3 and not enough around focused on developers. At least there could be more. I wouldn't say there's not enough, but I feel like there's like this hyper financialization of everything. So we wanted to kind of be the opposite of that, almost to the point where we didn't have enough money to do anything. So like maybe we should have like charged money for our NFT, or maybe we should have done something with DeFi, but instead we're like, focused on donations, and we've sold a portion of our governance token to Gitcoin, who really align really well with what we're doing. And those partnerships and sponsorships are kind of giving us that runway. And our main focus is on building public goods. Learned a lot, again, from Austin and all the people at Gitcoin, because they are literally like the examples that we're going by, spending their time, money, and effort to create things that are free for everyone to use, and that kind of help people in general, like in different ways.
That is absolutely incredible. Thank you for sharing that. I do want to sort of switch gears a little bit and come back to the question before on tooling. Both of you kind of commented on, just seems like we're actually in a pretty good state right now where what developer just lets us do. Do you differentiate? Do you change that answer if I were to say, is that same tooling sufficient for us going deeper into L2s, like whether that's talking to different providers or services? What does that look like when you're not on mainnet? And
that's what we should have told future Austin.
So let's take it to that.
I wish future Austin would have that same, like, whatever happens on L2, something neat is about to happen, right? Like we've got like games where like things that we weren't able to do, like crafting and all sorts of like strange NFTs, owning NFTs and mainstream ramps into L2 and these mainstream experiences. Something is about to happen, and we are going to need some specific tools. Maybe it's going back to like your DevOps skills will transition really well from Web 2 to Web 3, because we're about to scale up and we really need some help handling like all of this flow of users, right? Maybe that's part of it. But yeah, I think L2 will bring a whole new set of challenges and tools that need to go with that.
Anything to add, Nader, there on how you see tooling wise?
Yeah, I think that tooling has kind of been built around the most popular protocols and the most popular used products in Web3 right now, and we're starting to see new things that come out, and there just isn't an equal set of tooling for that. So for instance, I would say when I started learning Solidity and EVM, Hard Hat was there and it was amazing, but when I wanted to go learn Solana, there wasn't anything there. So I was like, oh, and then Anchor came around, and it's a really great thing that kind of fills in that gap. I don't know what the answer to that is. If someone asked me if I want to build on a ZK rollup or something like that, like I don't know what that looks like. It might look the same. I haven't done enough research in that. So maybe Austin knows the answer to this. If I wanted to build,
I usually just say I'm an EVM maximalist. That's usually what I say.
Yeah, if I wanted to build on something like Starknet or something like that, like can you use Hard Hat? I don't think you can, but maybe there's something.
Is that Cairo? I think it has its own language, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
yeah,
like
Cairo,
compute heavy.
I think everything at the end kind of converges to EVM compatibility or cross compatibility, but it's a fair bet to make. No, I mean, I think the other kind of piece here is that Austin, you already kind of covered, is basically we're moving towards how Web 2 works right now from a tooling standpoint. At the end of the day, maybe a year from now, like you end up with specializations. Like I don't necessarily always need to know how backend works in an existing engineering company if I am solely focused on front end, because there's an abstraction there. There's availability of, hey, this is what the interface looks like, and I will talk to it. And we're kind of in the place where right now everybody's doing everything, but it doesn't have to be the case. And largely, I don't think it will either. And kind of the most common questions we get is like, yeah, I don't know how to write smart contracts. Can I still participate in these hackathons? And the answer is yes, because even if somebody writes a smart contract for interacting with something with DeFi NFTs, like there still needs to be a user interface that uses React and everything else. And that is largely decoupled from what's happening on chain. And that doesn't take away anywhere from the arguments of tooling or the roles or your background or your skills. And that's absolutely still going to be the case, whether it's about layer 2s or zero knowledge proofs. And abstraction still helps at the end of the day. So one kind of final question I want to ask, and we're ready to move on to our next talk, is obviously security is a big issue in this space, especially when we're dealing with money. Any advice for newcomers to kind of consider as they think about deploying things to mainnet, whatever chain it may be, and what should they keep in mind when thinking about smart contract security? maybe Austin, we can start there.
Yeah, I'm the guy that says prototype everything and get everything out there and let it fail and keep going. So maybe I'm not the best person to push on security. You want to have audits and you want to do due diligence and you understand that it's not just this contract, it's a system of contracts that are doing all sorts of complex things. But also I'm the prototyper that throws stuff at the wall. So maybe Nader can talk more about like writing good tests and test-driven development and stuff like that.
Going to only testnets, yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think the security implications of smart contracts that deal with value are orders of magnitude like more important to understand or to kind of have enough eyes on it and reviews and understanding of what you're doing versus maybe something like in Web 2 where you can't make a mistake and then lose billions of dollars or something like that, or even $1 or $10 or anything like that. So therefore you see even protocols and teams that have the best engineers in the world still getting more people to come look at their code by hiring these auditors and stuff. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, yes, it's extremely important. And maybe the more people that can see your code, the better. So don't build in a silo. If you're going to be shipping something, like put it out there, open source it, like let people scrutinize it, like take as much feedback as you possibly can, especially if there's going to be any, if you're asking someone to trust you with their money and they're going to be buying something from you through that contract or an NFT project or something, you want to just do everything you possibly can to make sure that you're being a good steward of that person's their trust, I guess.
That's a perfect note to end on. And yes, preferably do not test in prod. So Nader, Austin, I want to thank you so much for your time today. And I also want to give a special shout out to Karate for being an amazing member on the chat and kind of context filling all the resources that we talked about. So thanks for that. And thanks again for your time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. See you.
And next up, we have our last talk of the day. And for this, I want to introduce Spencer and Lee from Variant, and we're going to talk about the ownership and the passion economy. So without further ado, let's welcome Lee and Spencer on stage, and I'll let you turn on your videos. Hi.
Hey there. Nice to be here. Thanks, Kartik, for having us.
I'm excited to host to both of you, and I kind of have a handful of things planned for this. Largely, it's just interesting because you are coworkers. Spencer and Lee are general partners at Variant Fund, and what I want to do is I want to see. I want to first give you an opportunity to just kind of talk about your background in terms of how you got to where you are now, especially kind of from both of your ends. You kind of have a different focus that each of you kind of are excited about, and I'm curious to kind of hear what sort of made you spend all of your time in crypto. And I've been perhaps maybe we can start with Spencer here, and then we'll move on to Lee.
Cool. Yeah, happy to. And thanks for having us. So yeah, I guess my crypto journey begins in 2013. I was working on Wall Street. And sorry, I think I hear someone. Okay. Yeah, I was working on Wall Street, and it was a very short stint. It was like, less than a year. And I got exposed to the Bitcoin white paper. And immediately just went down the rabbit hole, right? Didn't have really anyone to talk to about it. So I started tweeting about it. And it was in 2014 where I started a Bitcoin on-ramp company. We were trying to make it easier for people to buy and sell Bitcoin, like in physical locations. And we had to shut that company down because of like just a really uncertain regulatory environment. And I learned a lot during that time. It's funny to see how much the space has changed, right? I think there's a lot more certainty as it relates to regulations today. But actually left the space during the bear market, I guess officially. But then kind of came back in 2018. I started a crypto fund, one of the early crypto funds called DTC Capital. And I was a solo GP there, managing a portfolio that invested in tokens as well as like early stage companies. And that's where I just fell in love with working with entrepreneurs, right? Building like these new companies and protocols from the ground up, and just like the ability that some of them had to truly transform the world, whether that's, finance or consumer or social, it really doesn't matter. I think, just like I just got really invigorated by doing that. And one of the insights that I had while at DTC Capital was how much community really mattered to the overall success of these projects. And having a really healthy community was something that I wrote a lot about, just in terms of like tactically. And someone else who was in the space and is Lee and myself's third co-founder at Variant is Jesse Walden. And Jesse was writing about progressive decentralization when he was at Andreessen Horowitz. And this is this idea where, you know, you have a company and that, you know, you slowly exit to your community. And so you can kind of see the parallels between those two like idea spaces. And yeah, Jesse and I just, you know, ended up investing a lot together. I worked at his crypto startup school initiative that he ran, and highly encourage everyone to watch those videos. They're still on the internet today. And then, yeah, I joined him in January of last year as kind of the second general partner at Variant. And so, yeah, I would say one of the big things that we do is, you know, we help our portfolio companies build their own communities, among other things. And I manage my own community myself. It's called Our Network, which I you know, shameless plug. I hope everyone here subscribes to the newsletter. It's ournetwork.substack.com. And what it is, it's an on-chain analytics community that, you know, each week we feature 4 or 5 projects in the crypto space that are doing innovative things, and contributors talk about them on like a fundamental basis, and use kind of on-chain metrics to tell a story about their health. And I would say that it's everyone in the ownership economy, and this is the fun thesis, and we kind of get into it later with Lee, is an investor, right, in crypto. And so I think, you know, by subscribing to the newsletter, you become a better, more data-driven crypto investor, which is something that I think everyone needs, and it's just something that I'm really passionate about. So yeah, happy to kick it over to Lee.
Hey everyone, really good to be here. I'm Lee. I'm one of the other general partners and co-founders at Variant Fund. So my story and how I got into crypto, well, it definitely was a little bit more belated than Spencer's story, but my background has been in consumer internet and consumer software for basically my entire career. I started my journey as a product manager initially in Silicon Valley. I was building a mobile app. This was during the wave of like SOMO, social mobile local apps that everyone was working on post App Store release. Did that for a few years. That company got acquired. And then I went over to the investing side at Andreessen Horowitz to work on the consumer investing team. And what initially I intended to be a 1 or 2 year stint before I went back to the product side ended up being really something that I fell in love with and I'm still working on today, which is investing. So I have a long history and background as a consumer investor, specifically in traditional marketplaces, social networks, professional networks, any sort of network effects product. And it's that story that then segues into my journey into crypto, which is that the through line of all of the investments that I had been working on for all of those years at my time at Andreessen were really around using technology to improve access to friends, access to other social connections, access to jobs and economic opportunity through being able to participate in a marketplace. And then I started investing in future of work consumer platforms through my own fund called Atelier Ventures in 2020 after I left A16Z. And it was there that I began to explore crypto as a tool to help turbocharge that thesis of technology to improve access. So I began to invest in crypto projects that help to enable people to pursue their passions and to earn from that, and found myself spending more and more time there, becoming more interested in crypto as a means to distribute ownership of the underlying platforms themselves, and felt that that was really the strong form of my thesis of the passion economy, of how people are able to earn a living through leveraging these new tools. And so Jesse and I, who have been colleagues before at A16Z, decided that our two theses of the ownership economy and the passion economy were really two sides of the same coin, and that we would be better as a team together collectively. And so I joined the team full-time in October, and now am focused a lot on the consumer side of crypto and really interested in new applications that can help accelerate mainstream adoption.
Thank you so much for that. This is awesome on a couple of fronts. One, because you just made my life a lot easier by just shouting at all the topics we're going to cover anyway, and it flows naturally and everything else. So my kind of first question for you is, Lee, is you already kind of said that passion and ownership economy are kind of two sides of the same coin, but are we talking about something brand new here, or do you think this is just sort of like, is this something that's just uniquely only enabled by Web3 or crypto, or was this kind of already happening in parts or pieces before, and now it's just amplified? Like, how do you kind of think about then versus now sort of comparison here?
Yeah, for sure. So just to sort of level set, Variant's whole thesis is the ownership economy. So we are investing in platforms that aim to distribute ownership to their users and to their communities. And as to the question of, is this new? Is this something that is only possible through crypto? I think the answer is nuanced, because I think the idea of user ownership and worker ownership has existed for hundreds of years. Cooperatives, like worker-owned co-ops or consumer cooperatives, they've been around basically since the Industrial Revolution. They came to being from this desire for people to have more leverage, to gain economic power together, and to improve their options. And so for about 200 years or so, we've had worker-owned co-ops or consumer co-ops. Like some of the biggest companies that we encounter and purchase through are actually cooperatives like REI. But I think that the strong form of the ownership economy thesis is really made possible through crypto. And that's because traditionally the way that you would enable worker ownership or user ownership is through traditional equity done through the traditional legal rails. You would grant, all of your workers equity in a worker-owned co-op. And that obviously entails more inefficiency in actually distributing that ownership and is subject to all of the limitations of equity from a regulatory perspective. And so as a result, like crypto tokens, I think represents the strong form of enabling the ownership economy, because all of a sudden you're able to distribute value through tokens over the internet as easily as we're able to transmit information. And so it's not entirely a new thing to distribute ownership, but I think it's very much strongly enabled by crypto.
Yeah, and I would just maybe add that it's definitely accelerated through crypto, and like I think there's just an immense amount of leverage with smart contracts and what developers can do, and yeah, obviously like. One of the main like products from a smart contract is a token, and like, yeah, I would say when you zoom out and think about how tokens are just superior to equity, they have some downsides. But let me just give you the rosy picture, right? They're basically free to deploy, right? It costs just basically the price to the network fee. Yeah. They're infinitely programmable, right? You could literally do whatever you want with them. They are accessible to anyone in the world. It doesn't have to be just investors in the United States or somewhere else. It's truly global, and they're liquid if you want them to be from day one. And I think that is a recipe for just like this sounds a Cambrian explosion, if you will, of new innovation in this space. And it's honestly amazing that we get to invest in these projects at the earliest, most formative stages. A lot of the times with entrepreneurs who are honestly just starting off and maybe only have an idea. But I really think the big unlock is smart contracts and tokens.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And no, I absolutely agree. I think, and it's just one of those things where you have to kind of constantly switch between, are we talking about the recipes or the outcomes? And we have all the ingredients here for kind of coming with interesting items, but we haven't seen all possible combinations, permutations of it just yet either. One kind of question I had for both of you, and I'll kind of start with Spencer, is that when we usually think about creator economy or kind of passion economy or ownership, which I think is a much better collective sort of superset of this, usually we're thinking about people who are artists or designers or YouTubers or people who just kind of have content creation as the core. But of course, that's not so the definition of a creator, or shouldn't be rather. Spencer, as you kind of look at things that are like not necessarily consumer apps, or you kind of look at DeFi apps or anything else in this space, as an investor, kind of how do you think about what ownership economy means to those types of businesses? And have you seen any from new patterns or trends or any observations there?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great, like, it's a super meaty question. I think ownership, it really gets to the heart of like, what is ownership? And I think it can take like many different forms, right? You could argue that, like, you take Uniswap, for example, which is a decentralized exchange protocol. Right now, the Uni token that governs the protocol, it like has some ability to take fees, right, from that the protocol generates in terms of transaction volume. But in addition to that, liquidity providers, people who provision their own tokens to like help the liquidity of a given market, they also have ownership of individual liquidity pools in the form of LP tokens, and they also get a cut of fees. Ownership can manifest in ways such as like revenue sharing, and like the list kind of goes on. It goes back to what I was saying about how tokens are programmable. I think what I would love to see more of is, we're in like the early days of this. Jesse, our partner, has written this kind of amazing piece called Progressive Decentralization, which I encourage everyone to read. And many of the companies that started with progressive decentralization, they exited to their community with a very simple governance token, which is like, this is the protocol, here are some parameters, and you can vote on those parameters or upgrade it in some way. And I think that's the tip of the iceberg. I think as we get kind of more robust as a community, there are just going to be so many different dimensions of ownership that will be coded like into these smart contracts that are just a lot potentially more equitable and like get at the heart of what we're actually trying to do.
And maybe, I guess, similar. No, yeah, that makes sense. And I think it's one of those things where kind of what we've seen the last year and a half or so has just been deployments of these things, but not active kind of tweaking or iterations on them. And you're basically, yeah, you're right. We're seeing that, and it works at small scale. And the question is, will that scale up to a larger number of users? And sort of my question for you, Lee, is you're obviously spending more time on understanding consumer applications and projects here. Are there sort of any differences in how you evaluate consumer companies in crypto versus non-crypto, or kind of what changes in that framework of deciding where opportunity is, or where there's potential for larger growth?
Yeah, great question. I think it's actually more similar than not, where a lot of the same lessons and frameworks from traditional consumer investing do apply to crypto consumer investing as well. And that's because fundamentally, the humans are not different at the end of the day. The people who are using these applications are still the same people, and human needs have actually not changed that much even throughout the course of human history. Like, at the very fundamental level, people all share the same underlying drivers and motivations, like the desire for connection, the desire for community, the desire for financial stability and earnings, wanting to seek love and meaning in their lives. And so the best consumer products, I think, all tap into one of those core human needs, but enables them in new and different ways. So I think the way that these new crypto consumer platforms are enabling earnings or enabling connections to new people looks different than the prior generation of consumer apps. But ultimately, from my lens as an investor and as a user, the question is still, what fundamental need is this solving for on the part of people?
That's a really interesting way to look at it. No, yeah, that's super cool. So I guess maybe does that differentiate when you look at marketplaces versus kind of social-esque apps, and sort of what does that look like, and how does the ownership economy change those dynamics?
Yeah, I think obviously marketplaces and social applications differ in terms of what is the user trying to accomplish when they get there, and what does product market fit look like. I typically say that in a marketplace, product market fit is achieving liquidity. meaning when you go to the marketplace, you're able to get what you want. That is product market fit for a marketplace, versus in a social network, that's obviously quite different. You're there for entertainment, connection, utility of being able to communicate with your friends, etc. And so there's different core drivers there, but there's still metrics that you can leverage in order to kind of quantitatively assess, are users getting their needs met through this product in a much more powerful way than prior generations or prior products did. As to how the ownership economy applies to this model, I think like the theory, which is still very much like in its early days and still being refined, is that giving users ownership helps to bootstrap networks much more effectively and grow them into much more engaged networks than otherwise would have been possible. So historically, building a new network is essentially like an impossible Herculean feat. It required, Uber to raise billions and billions of dollars. Facebook,
both sides just makes it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And giving users ownership turbocharges all of that, and also can be used as a way to enhance retention. Not to mention, ultimately, there's a financial value proposition that gets layered on top of the core value proposition of the product itself as well. So I think all of those lenses taken together, it's really still about like how much value is being driven to users' lives by these new products, and ownership offers something new and different that is additive and incremental to the core product, but the core product still very much needs to work.
That's extremely well put, and that makes absolute sense. This is great. I'll kind of pose the next question for both of you, which is, do you kind of see this space evolving as, in a way, a parallel universe where like the existing giants just get dethroned, or do you kind of like, how do you feel like the role of existing big companies, whether it's marketplaces or consumer companies, sort of come to think about Web3, and what kind of happens in a few years from now? Anyone can go. I don't have a
Yeah, sure. I can take a stab at this. So I've spent a lot of time like talking to executives and people who work at these Web2 giants and these network incumbents. I think they are smarter than we give them credit for sure. And I think they're going to be forced to respond in various ways. I think the key thing is that I think everyone is exploring or actively looking to integrate Web3 elements into their products. They're looking to add crypto as a feature into their existing products because they realize this is where consumers are going. They want to own NFTs. They want to showcase them. They want to be able to have like co-ownership of a community, et cetera. And so all of these Web2 networks are going to add crypto as a feature to their products, sort of akin to how Twitter added the hexagonal profile pictures. But at the same time, I think what they do in terms of fully leaning into the ownership economy is limited, because they're not going to be able to offer the full spectrum of what ownership entails, which is, ownership isn't just about owning a digital good and having it and being able to view it as an investment. It's also about responsibility and governance. And these incumbents are structured in such a way where they're limited in terms of the amount of governance rights they can actually confer to their users. And so I think if users value the whole spectrum of everything that is encompassed in ownership, I think the Web2 giants are going to be challenged in being able to fully meet that.
Anything to add, Spencer?
Yes, it's super meaty topic, and I think it's always helpful to look through like the lens of different industries. And I think I have like a different hypothesis for maybe like social media versus DeFi, for example. Which I think like something like DeFi, we're going to see crypto. We'll see like the larger banks and the legacy financial system kind of implemented, like integrated on the back end, and it'll probably just like exist and users won't really know the difference of what they're using for their financial things.
So you think that's more likely versus a alternative offering that just dethrones those institutions?
I think it's probably a bit of both, right? And it kind of sort of depends on the product. And so, but I think the important part is like crypto is pushing the boundaries of what these like legacy institutions do. And that kind of, that's like universal to the entire space. At its core though, I think like the ownership economy represents like a new chapter, frankly, in like how we think about like operating internet companies. And I would argue that, well, at least our hypothesis as a fund is that the largest winners from here are going to be user-owned networks as opposed to like, rent extracting companies. And we'll have to see if that gets proved out, but I think like some of the early signs are really encouraging.
I absolutely agree. Want to kind of wrap this up and just ask one last question, and we can go in deep if you want to, but if you want to just list things, that works as well. It can be independent of the ownership economy too, but what are some kind of anywhere from ideas to projects you're excited about that you would either like to see or you would like to see people explore more? And I'll kind of put that in context, which is about 1,200 developers going to be building interesting things over the next 4 days, and anywhere from inspirations for like quick hack to quick improvements to potential businesses. What does that look like? Is there a wish list or things that you want to see more experimentation on?
Spencer, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can fire off. So I would say like
maybe starting with DeFi, perhaps that maybe.
What did you say?
Maybe kind of looking at what's happening in DeFi right now and sort of where do you think things could.
Yeah, so like historically in hackathons, there's been a lot of remixing, right? Like taking this and using it with that and like coming up with something. I think that's pretty cool. But I would love to see kind of more maybe experimentation in areas that we haven't had yet. An idea is like on token models. So one thing that I've been looking at is like Curve's VE token mechanics. And there's some really cool things that they do to incentivize liquidity through, different gauges and voting. Like imagine taking that and like changing it, altering it in order to get like produce a different outcome that would affect a system. I think also like this idea of cross-chain applications, that really excites me. So imagine an NFT marketplace, the order book is on one blockchain that's super fast, and maybe like some other part is on Ethereum, which is like more secure. I think cross-chain is something that we should, like, we're definitely thinking about at Variant, and I know a lot of entrepreneurs are too. And then maybe if I have one more, I'm always a fan of like innovation around like NFTs in general, and like they're just fun, and like doing fun things with like the programmability of NFTs. NounsDAO is like a really interesting project that has this cool distribution mechanism, but I think there's like a bigger idea maybe to work through there.
Yeah, I'll just tag some more ideas onto that list. We've been very interested in the category of Web3 infrastructure. So kind of the core building blocks that are going to enable the next generation of applications is very interesting to us. I think there's some really key missing puzzle pieces to enable like the next generation of consumer applications, including decentralized social graphs, being able to do account-to-account messaging on chain. That's also missing. Beyond that, I think I'll put in a plug for fashion NFTs. I think the space is like all of the attention is on music NFTs, which we're also very bullish on, but I think there is something to be built around fashion and expression, self-expression digitally through NFTs. And I think the exciting thing about fashion NFTs is that you're not limited to the human form factor that we have in meat space. Fashion NFTs can look different than human fashion, I guess. I'm not even entirely sure what it could look like.
You're referring to like the physical good piece of NFTs when you say fashion, is that correct?
Well, definitely it can be not linked to the physical fashion, but it can also transcend like the way that we actually look physically. Like I refer to Twitter profile pictures as the first instance of digital fashion or fashion NFTs, actually, because they're essentially like adornment for this online profile that we all have. We don't change our outfits that often, but it's like one of the primary instances in which we can actually dress up our social profiles. I think there's going to be other places that we want to express ourselves and change our appearances in order to broadcast things about our identities or our communities. And then lastly, I'll say, I think the wallet space is super interesting, and there are probably going to be multiple winning wallets, perhaps designed for different demographics or different use cases. So excited to see more innovation there.
That is an impressive, comprehensive list that I think gives definitely a couple hundred people good ideas to kind of explore. And no, this is amazing. Well, I think that's a perfect note to end on, unless Spencer, you want to add something?
I was just going to say, both Lee and I are like, we're on Twitter all the time. We love connecting with entrepreneurs. If you're a hackathon participant and you want some feedback on your idea, no promises that we can get back to everyone, but like, hit us up. Happy to give you feedback.
And yeah, and anybody who wants to chat with them, you can also send me a note on Discord, and I'll be able to forward that request to them as well. So Lee, Spencer, thank you so much for giving your time and for this amazing chat. And we'll keep you posted on what comes out of the hackathon.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. This was
Good
awesome.
luck, everyone.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. And that brings us to the end of our summit. So I want to thank everybody who stuck around to the end and watched all these amazing talks, and thank you everybody for kind of engaging on the chat there, and also on Discord. So this marks the end of today and the whole kickoff for Road to Web3. And what we'll do is we'll just kind of wrap it up here. And without further ado, we'll kind of close this call. We'll see all of you on Discord for the hackathon in terms of next steps. Submissions are due on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, and then we will be showcasing the top 15 teams on Wednesday. So join us again here on ETHGlobal.tv next Wednesday to see what came out of this hackathon. And thanks again. Hope you have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you all later. Goodbye.